Welcome, everybody, to the Speed Chess Championship 2021. And really, it's the birthday special. Danya, happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate it. I'm hitting that spot where I'm not quite as keen on birthdays anymore, but I could think of no better present than to commentate a Speed Chess Championship matchup with you. So thank you, Robert, and great to be here, although it is just a tiny bit early on the West Coast, just 3:51. But again, I would not, this is the only thing I would wake up for.
I was going to say that if I'm going to wake up this early for your birthday celebration, that's what it's all about. But we do have some big news to announce before we even talk about today's matchup. It's the fact that Reza has withdrawn from the Speed Chess Championship, but don't be disappointed because we have a superstar replacing him at the 2 seed with an asterisk. That is Richard Rapport from Hungary, the absolute legend, one of the most unpredictable players in the world. Danya, I know you're a fan of his play. What do you have to say about Rapport and entering the field?
Indeed, it's definitely sad that Firouzja will not be joining us for the SEC, but it's not one of those things, Robert, where you have LeBron James being replaced by some bench warmer. Richard Rapport is an absolute beast. I've modeled a lot of my opening repertoire on his. He is an incredibly enterprising tactical player, and I think he has every chance to go far in the SEC. So big kudos to Chess.com for finding a replacement on the fly, and what a replacement it is, as he's going to face Alexei Sarana on Wednesday, November 10th in his first trial. I'm super excited for this.
I am as well, but I'm probably even more excited for the matchup we're about to see, but that's just because it's imminent. And it is Ding Liren and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So we have a great matchup ahead of us today, Danya. I'm stoked for it. I guess we should remind everybody what the format is, because before we get into the greatness of these two players, we should tell everybody what's at stake here, what the format's going to be like. It is that 90 minutes of 5+1 blitz, followed by an hour of 3+1. We get the 30 minutes of 1+1 bullet. And if we're treated to a tiebreak, oh, that's the best birthday present you could possibly get.
It absolutely is. And if this match is going to be anything like the inaugural SEC matchup yesterday, then we might very well be in for a tiebreak. Yesterday's match didn't hit the tiebreak, but it came pretty darn close. And these players, as we're going to see, are very, very close in strength. And taking a look at this bracket, that is just mouth-watering, Robert. Nothing to say here, but to just drop your jaw in awe at some of these matchups.
And if we look at the bracket here, you see Ding Liren and Mamedyarov on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. They have a good chance against the winner of Aronian and Dubov. All these players are superstars. There's no target in the field. Everyone is so talented and can beat another on any given day. But that bottom side of the field there, I think, is pretty wide open. So I'm very curious to see who makes out on top today.
Indeed. And obviously the person with the biggest X on his back is Hikaru Nakamura. He's going to be facing off against Peter Svidler in the first round. But as you said, anybody can win this tournament. Everybody's so incredibly talented. And that's what gives, I think, the SEC its magic. There are no walkovers. There are no easy matches for anybody. And this is certainly not an easy match for either of the players involved.
No, it's not. We're spoiled. We have Ding Liren, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I am especially curious to see Ding Liren play because he's been pretty quiet during the pandemic, hasn't taken part in the over-the-board tournaments. There are, of course, we would love to see him play in these events, but what do you make of that? Like a over-the-board absence, will that play a part in this match? Because Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he himself did sit out of the recently concluded Grand Swiss. So what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think comparatively speaking, both players have been relatively quiet recently, but Shakhriyar has had a greater footprint, I think, in COVID era online tournaments than Ding. Ding did have that string of tournaments where he really, really struggled, both over the board during the candidates and online in some of these rapid tournaments. So I think that, to paraphrase Mark Twain, news of Ding Liren's slump have been greatly exaggerated. I think he's still an amazing player, and I think he's going to be very eager to show that he can still deliver a very powerful match. And again, I would not bat an eye if he goes very far in the SEC.
No, I wouldn't be surprised at all. And well, we're eager for this match to begin. We're going to take a very short break. And when we return, it will be the start of Ding Liren and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov here at the Speed Chess Championship.
chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
And we return ready for this exciting matchup between Ding Liren and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Danya, I can't lie to you. I'm so excited.
I'm incredibly excited too. And, how can you not be? There's an NBA announcer, I think, for the Sacramento Kings, always says, if you didn't like that play, you don't like NBA basketball. Well, guess what? If you're not excited for this match, then I think chess is not for you. Mamedyarov and Ding Liren playing 3+ hours of blitz. What could be better than that?
Not much, but let's talk about the predictions for this, because I always put my co-commentator on the spot. It's your birthday. I'm not treating you any differently. You can cry if you want to, but you're still going to have to make a prediction.
Okay.
What do you think here? Do you think that these are accurate? Is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov the slight favorite?
I think that, look, I think 53-47, you can talk semantics here. I think something along the lines of 50-50 is very reasonable. I would give Shak a little bit of an edge because he's been more active. And I think most people probably in the chat are more familiar with Shakhriyar's blitz mastery. I think Ding is kind of an unknown. I'm actually not too familiar, Robert, with Ding's blitz play and with his bullet play. So I definitely agree with the idea of giving Shak a small edge, but absolutely anything can happen. So that was basically a non-answer as usual, but you did put me on the spot. And
I normally do.
It's my birthday, so I don't have to answer any questions.
That's very fair. Well, I am very excited as well. I think that it should be a close matchup. And I also don't have a clue about the bullet. And it's any given day, things can change. I get the sense that Mamedyarov should be the slight favorite, especially in the quicker time controls. But Ding Liren is an absolute powerhouse that people have probably forgotten a bit about simply because he has not been playing that much chess. But he will not be forgetting how the pieces move. He knows how to shine. And even in the candidates, right? The first half, he was not in his best form. The second half, he was beating players left and right. He beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final round. And here we go.
And I would argue also that the way that he plays, he's so incredibly solid. He's versatile, and that translates really well to the context of a match. He doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows. He just keeps that water spout running, and that kind of war of attrition type play can be incredibly hard to deal with in a match. H4 in the King's Indian, which has become, Robert, an incredibly popular weapon. I mean, everybody's playing this now.
They are. And, Peter Svidler, he is the expert in the Grunfeld, the leading expert, and he's faced these kind of H4 moves very early. And look at this move. I like C6 because it's clear you want to strike with D5 and capture back with the pawn. When someone attacks on the flank, you often want to attack in the center. And then Ding Liren suddenly plays Bishop F4 and turns it back into a normal looking position with the move H4 thrown in. So, Daniel, what is this?
Well, this has now acquired the contours of some sort of a Jababa London as Ding prepares H5. Oftentimes you'll see H5 played without Bishop E2. And Mamedyarov could have also pushed his own H-pawn, but here he allows H5. He's not too worried about that H-file getting open, but Black does have to gin up some play on the queen side. You can't fall asleep forever. Eventually, White's going to turn that H-file into a tangible attack. But it's very important, Robert, not to overestimate White's attack. A mate is not coming anytime soon. Black has a couple of tempi. Maybe prepare E5, maybe go Queen B6. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of Queen B6. One thing that I would consider is saying Bishop F5 to play Knight E4 next. But when White plays the move Pawn F2 to F3, then G4 will come with tempo if my bishop's on F5. So or G4 right away. What am I even talking about? So can't White just push forward and just keep the attack going?
Now he's decided on a completely different approach. This has caught me off guard. He's got H6 and he's gone fully positional here. He says, okay, I'm not going to open the H file, but what I'm going to do instead is fully hem in this bishop and just pretend that it's another day in the office. Well, it's not, because he's got a pawn on H6 and now he's still castled short. This is modern chess at its best.
It's funny though, because when we think about Ding Liren, we think about this solid, but ready to punch at any moment.
Exactly.
He, right from the start of this game, was throwing his pawn up the board. And the reason why H6 is sort of where like why that move was played is that it closes the position, it releases the tension. And in end games, if the queens get traded, that pawn h6 can be a target rather than a string. So you have to watch out that you don't go a little too far because that pawn is separated from the rest of the pack.
Indeed it is. And here Ding has a decision on his hands. That knight on e4 can be traded. You can take on e4, and then black will have a decision of whether or not to take with the pawn or the bishop. Queen b3 also looks like a typical kind of Grunfeldy move that white plays in these types of positions. Ding's king is not in any real danger. So even though you've pushed that h-pawn forward, that's not the problem. I agree with you. I think the problem in the long run for white is to be really careful not to abandon that h-pawn. The more pieces disappear off the board, the weaker that pawn becomes, as you had noted.
I like the move queen b3 a lot because it hits b7, it hits d5. It sort of forces black's hand. So putting the queen on b3 makes perfect sense. There it is. And if the knight captures c3, you just take back with your rook, bring the next rook to c1. And it's kind of like playing an exchange Slav. And speaking of how openings can transpose into one another, that's the vibe I'm getting. But that pawn's on h6, which is just taking my attention away from some of the other parts of the board. Yet this seems to be standard play.
Yeah, it's hard not to look at this pawn. I was contemplating, as you were talking, to move knight a5 here, relying on the typical idea, queen takes d5 fails, knight takes c3 with knight takes c2 on deck. And that would be a way to defend the b pawn and the d pawn. But it doesn't solve all of the problems. If white could just go queen a4 or queen b5, and then the knight on a5 kind of starts to dangle awkwardly.
Yeah, no, this just looks good for white. And the bishop on f6, it's fine there, but it's just not participating in the way it would like to. And the bishop on f5 as well, it's away from the queen side where now more of the action is taking place. So knight a5, I like your suggestion. Honestly, queen b or a4 or queen b5. Maybe queen b5 I like the least because of a6. There's that additional opportunity for black. But sometimes you want to induce a6 because that makes some of the dark scores weak.
But this is a lovely move. The queen is sort of in amongst the trees, and it's very hard to dislodge from b4 because remember, this knight is now tied down to the b pawn, and a move like b6 just doesn't look very appealing. It weakens more squares. This does have the contours of one of those, like you said, Grunfeldy Slav type positions where white's having all of the fun on both sides of the board. Also, the time situation is not looking great for Mamedyarov. He's almost 2 minutes down.
Yeah, that's not what you want. If you play b6, you want to say bishop f5 to b7 for black. You need to cover up those light squares because every single pawn move, when you push a pawn, you don't no longer control the squares as previously covering. You weaken those light squares and move like b6. And well, we see a trade. And unfortunately for black, you're not ready to play rook f8 to c8.
That was a blunder. Oh my goodness, C7. Robert. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. This was missed, and this won a piece in one move. Unbelievable.
Oh, I mean, the
Ding played automatically rook c1.
Oh gosh, that's a problem is when you don't expect blunders from your super GM opponent, right? If they were playing me, they would be like, oh, wait a second, queen b6, that looks wrong. But because it's Mamedyarov, like, yeah, no, it's good.
I'm going to flip the board here. We usually look from white's perspective. But that was insane, Robert. I mean, that is a kind of move you spot. Maybe it's not 3 a.m. for Ding.
No, it certainly is not.
That is the first missed opportunity of the match. Now, the good news for white is that he's still very much better here. There's no doubt that white is still in control of the game. But it's funny, you actually don't want to know that you missed that because that feeling of knowing that you could have won the game in one move really interferes with your thinking. So ignorance is bliss in chess.
It really is. Somebody can tell him later. He'll see it posted at some point. But for now, he probably doesn't even realize he missed bishop c7. And white has a lead on the clock. White has the control of the c file with the queen and the rook there. Though black is pretty solid, right? If you don't suffer any sort of real pressure in the next few moves, black doesn't have any true weaknesses in the position.
That's absolutely right. And a6 here by Mamedyarov to stop b5.
And now, what does white even do? We should remind everybody that there's a back rank checkmate theme available for white because of that pawn on h6. So a move like knight e5, you're not taking that knight e5 because queen takes rook back rank is going to be a problem. And thank you for the Chris Berman. I love that.
Right. Oh, one of my favorites. No, that merits a whoop. And that rook on c8 is, it's problematic. And this is sort of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it x-rays the queen, but on the other hand, the queen x-rays the rook. Knight e5 looks mighty tempting here, but Ding taking a while here. Maybe he wants something more subtle like queen b3 or queen c5. That would be in Ding's spirit. Just seems a little bit hesitant here. Yeah, there's queen b3.
Okay, so he's putting pressure on that d5 pawn again, but now the knight can move if it wants to. And queen back. I like that move by Shakhriyar. I think it's just solid. He's just trying to make sure that all of his bases are covered here. And I like rook c5 for white. Just bring that rook up, attack d5 again, maybe play b5 and try to explode the position. I do think that white has a nagging advantage.
He's got a4. And did he not miss? Ooh, knight takes d4. There's e takes d4 defending the rook on c1. That's close. But is there some sort of, I can smell a tactic here.
Oh, then play g5 maybe, and then g4, because the knight can't take on g5 because of...
Why not? e5?
Oh my gosh, I was thinking
oh my goodness.
d4. For some reason, I thought that it works knight takes d4. But...
right. But no, but e5 actually opens up the attack on the knight.
Wow. Yeah, and if you take with the bishop first, that's what I was thinking. I forgot about knight takes g5. If you play g5 and bishop takes g5, then you trade and have that knight takes d4 tactic. That was cool.
Right, because now the rook on c1 is undefended and knight takes e2 check is threatened. But that was missed by Mamedyarov, and now Ding continues to pressure the queen side with b5. We're going to see most probably a trade down the c file. And you know what's interesting is that with the queens remaining on the board, the h6 pawn is clearly a strength. If the queens go off the board, then you could start talking about that pawn potentially as a liability. But right now, it's fully anchored by the bishop. No problems there. 30 seconds now for Shak. This is looking probably a little bit better than the position did about 10 moves ago, but the time situation really worries me here.
Yeah, and I think we're about to see some pieces being swapped off. And if I'm black, I'm just trying to figure out, what do I do with my bishops on f6 and f5? Like, is the bishop on f5 going to go into g4 and just trade off for one of the pieces there? I just don't get a sense of what black's pieces are doing. And if you give white a few free moves, knight e5 comes in there, and then even a g4 push, that bishop on f5, you look at the e6 and g6 pawns, that bishop could be trapped on its very square.
Indeed, and I think with those considerations in mind, Shakhriyar are trying to plug the c file, and he faces white with a decision now. Does Ding Liren take that knight on c4? I'm pretty attached to this light squared bishop. I feel like it holds white's position together, but you know who's not attached to that bishop is Grandmaster Ding Liren.
But the evaluation bar was attached
to the bishop.
Yeah, I get the sense
yes.
that keeping it was the better choice, but I do understand why he captured. But now that bishop on f5 can sink itself into d3, the queen can come into d5. This is starting to look very, very pleasant for black.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Ooh, bishop takes c5. That's a pretty bold decision as well. f6. Shakhriyar just trying to solve the problems on the king side as quickly as he can. He might throw in g5 as well.
But bishop
finally
d6
section off that pawn.
Threatens bishop e7 all of a sudden. So he retreated, but I thought bishop into d6.
I don't like bishop g3 at all. I agree.
He is waiting for that queen to be distracted. Queen e7, queen g7 checkmate. So maybe he wants to lead with the queen, but bishop d6 felt a little more pressing.
Agreed. And something like b6, yeah, that's a nasty move, because if the queen takes, then the queen sinks its teeth into e7 with checkmate. 7 seconds here for Shak. I think that objectively the position's probably close to equal. Right now, it's the time situation that worries me the most. Rook a8 counterattacking the queen. Classic Shakhriyar.
Queen takes d3 work here? Like queen d3 pawn takes, you take the queen on d8 and then rook d1, you win the d3 pawn at the end. So it's a pawn.
Oh my goodness, that's cool. But then black goes rook d6 and wins the b pawn at the end.
So maybe
then g5, king g6 comes.
So maybe instead of rook d1, I play like king f1. He does it, right? King f1, king e1, and get the pawn the slow way.
What about rook c7 check first? So maybe black should go d2 first to distract the rook. He's going to lose on time. Oh no. Oh, look at him. He flagged.
He made the same reaction we did. He was like, what am I doing? I need to move.
Oh my goodness. I think the move d2, Robert, would have given excellent drawing chances for black, as that would have forced the rook to remain on the first rank. And the combination of attacking the b pawn and the h pawn should have given black enough for a draw. A heartbreaker here to start for Shak.
To steal a phrase from our friend James Canty, that's not a move. And he needed to make a move. I don't care what it was, but he needed to make a move there. He lost on time. And that's what happens in the early stages here. First of all, you're playing a 5-minute game. Most of these players just play 3-minute blitz. So you're not used to having the extra time. And then it's your first game and you're not in the blitz warmed up mode, and you just start thinking, because the position is so interesting, you want to perfect your end game. And then the next thing you know, you have no time left. And game 2 here, playing a sort of King's Indian attack style, looks very solid approach by Mamedyarov, but that's not what we've come to expect from him either. He takes the fight to all of his opponents.
But Robert, allow me to be a backseat Andy here for a second. And I asked for forgiveness. It's 4 a.m. I'm grumpy. But, I feel like that shouldn't happen. I think I see in these SEC matches, some of these games, players lose on time, but somebody like Shak, he has to have an eye on the clock at all times. And the instinct to make, that some move is better than no move should be so firmly ingrained that unless you have a Wi-Fi issue, this kind of thing shouldn't happen at all. And I agree with you. I think he's going to make the necessary adjustments, and I don't think it's going to happen again in this match. But that's really deflating, when you defend so well and then you lose on time.
I'm always the one shutting down your puns, but forgive me, it's just after 7 a.m. and it's early for me.
Don't you complain about the time?
Where's the shot clock? Come on, man. Where's your pun game? Like that was just waiting to be said. And so, yeah, he was just dilly-dallying there. He loses on time. He looks actually upset. Like we have him on camera here. He doesn't look like he's very happy at the moment. And I don't know if it's about his current position or he's still reflecting on the last game, but in this game, Danya, so there's the double fianchetto for black. Black has control of the d5 square, and white has current control over the e5 square. So that's the one thing is black can't punch through the move e7, e5.
No.
And he chooses to bring his knight in first, but you see the eval bar take a little bit of a hit there. I just feel like black is incredibly solid as long as you don't miss c3 to c4 with the bishop loose on b7. That's why you're playing queen c7, both protecting b7 and attacking e5. Yeah, this is just looking extremely good for black.
So solid. This is a ding type of position. And here's what I'll say. In such situations, from personal experience, it's actually an annoying thing from white's perspective that black doesn't have the pawn on e5, because when the pawn is on e5, it's a target. As it stands, black can play e6 at the right moment and safeguard that knight on d5. White's position is relatively solid. It looks active, but there are no targets. The pawn on d3 is a pretty serious long-term weakness. And white is constantly having to reckon with this idea of moving the knight away from d5 and offering a rather undesirable trade of light-squared bishops from white's point of view. So black is slightly better here, no doubt about it. But Shak is very, very good at finagling some sort of an initiative out of these types of positions.
And one of the key points is that d3 pawn is a bit loose. That pawn on c3 takes away the d4 and b4 squares, but it kind of wishes it could push back to c2, because when you play that knight f6 move, I really liked your suggestion, then not only the bishops get traded, the king side is a little loose for white, those light squares. The d3 pawn is going to be a target where the rooks can double, but he goes a5. Sometimes we feel we can have to activate our rooks by bringing them to the center. Let's activate that rook by pushing our pawn and trying to trade on b6.
Yeah, sort of, as my coach would say, lengthening the diagonal or the file for the rook. And he does push a6. So in the first game, Ding pushes his pawn to h6, and the second Shak pushes his pawn to a6, and there comes the other corner pawn. This is what I would call the alpha zero effect. I think it's taken the chess world by storm. Players of all ratings are just fully obsessed now with the idea of pushing the corner pawns as soon as possible. And I'm not complaining. That's my style too.
Well, part of the reason I love it as well is that they're not doing this for checkmate, right? The pawn went to h6, not for checkmate. The pawn went to a6 here, not for checkmate either. They're throwing their pawns forward to gain space. And the bishop on 8 is tucked away, it's protected, it's not in any danger whatsoever. But that gain of space could be really useful. Say the queen is just disappear from the board, then white has to move rook a5 to attack black's pawns. Now, the queen on c7 is going to stay put, and I think the move b5 to b4 should be played for black, because when your opponent goes for some kind of kingside strike, you often attack towards the center. And if b4 is met by c4, well, then look at that d4 square there. That knight would like to reroute its way over to d4 at some point, and the d3 pawn is stuck in place. It's a backwards pawn.
It is indeed. And after b4, perhaps white should consider bishop d2, trying to preserve this sort of bumper-like structure. As flimsy as it is, it does allow white to keep these central squares under control. But Ding now taking a very, very long think. What else might he be contemplating? Maybe he's considering h5, although I kind of doubt it. I wouldn't weaken the g5. I wouldn't be too afraid of white playing h5, because it could simply be met with g5. Perhaps he wants to move the knight away to f6. Maybe he thinks this is the appropriate time to do that. You could also trade everything on e5. Also doesn't seem too appetizing because, as you mentioned, Robert, rook a5 is going to be pretty strong in any endgame. And there comes b4.
Yeah, maybe there was some specifics with b4 because they give away the c4 square. It is a committal choice. But part of the reason I like it is even after bishop d2, black can trade on c3 and then bring that rook from d8 to b8. That'll be a newly open file. The f8 rook is not participating, so that rook can then go to d8 as well. And then you can see how to proceed from there. I just feel like black suddenly the position's opening up. Not that really that Ding Liren is a better position. It just becomes more enjoyable to play because of the newly found activity.
And an important detail on top of that, in the event of rook b8, white has the sacrifice on g6. It looks very strong. It looks like you're recovering the knight, but black has the saving grace, queen f7, indirectly defending that knight through the x-ray. So that's all good for black. But Ding deciding to keep the tension on the queen side, and he does play h5, which again comes as quite the surprise to me because it does yield this g5 square. Now, bishop g5 is probably not the time for it, but that's something to contemplate a little bit later.
I wonder if this is one of those beautiful subtleties of this super GM level. He committed the bishop to d2. So he said, now I can give the g5 square, if you're thinking about it from Ding Liren's perspective, because you just spent a turn on bishop b2. You're not going to waste another by moving to g5, especially because now the rook can go to b8 and has a good place there. So I wonder if that's what he's thinking. Maybe there's an exchange sacrifice in the works. Bishop g5, b takes c3 also needs to be looked at. So it's just an interesting dynamic at this point. And Shakhriyar just doesn't seem that comfortable. And maybe I'm reading too much into his facial expressions and his gesticulations, but it just seems like he's not found his footing in this match yet.
No, I don't think you are. And I think he hasn't. And the aforementioned idea of that knight heading to d4, this is exactly the kind of position that Ding is known for. It's not boring, it's not dry, but it's just positional enough. The plans are clearly defined, and white just doesn't have that much going on. And, the eval bar is so deceptive in these cases because, yes, you have to consider the objective evaluation, but you also have to consider how easy the plans are for both sides. In this case, I think only black is having the fun in terms of the plans. Shakhriyar has activated his minors. Where does he go from here? Queen to e4. He centralizes his queen. I like what he's doing.
All this makes sense to me. And that queen could find itself on b7. And if that queen gets there, you have to watch out from black's perspective because the a7 pawn, part of the good thing of the pawn being on a6, that's close to promotion. So if you're not careful, there could be problems over there on the queen side. But the clearly defined pawn structure is better for black. Look at that d3 pawn. Look at the d4 square as you're highlighting. So white is relying on activity. Black is saying, I have a better structure to work with. And especially the knight on f5. It's against a dark square bishop. You can't touch that knight on f5, and then on e5 can't really move for white because the bishop on g7 will slice through the position. So the a7 pawn is really what white is relying on for the counterplay necessary to sort of maintain chances in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a very accurate assessment, as both players are now at approximately 1 minute. Rook to e4. This takes the sting out of the move knight c2, and there's a weird kind of idea of going knight d7 with an even weirder fork against the rook and the pawn on c5. Shakhriyar has done a pretty darn good job of whipping up. I don't know if counterplay is the right word, but he's definitely made this position more double-edged. And Ding is now well under a minute. This is a pretty important position to play accurately, but I don't know exactly what black should do here. He makes a very bold decision, takes that knight off the board, but gives up that very prized dark squared bishop.
Yeah.
Okay.
If the bishop took, there was knight f3 check to then take that bishop, and then d3 would fall. But I like rook takes e5 a lot because even if d3 falls, a7 is still a weakness. Bishop h6, can be played in the near future. So you're maintaining all the benefits, as you said, like a kind of a decision you wouldn't expect with bishop takes e5. But white is trying to then pounce, and queen b6. I mean,
great move.
You're giving a passed pawn, but also claiming my rook's on a8. It's not doing anything besides the defensive means right now. Let's open up the a file, and then I'm going to win your a6 pawn.
That's exactly right. In the event of a trade, and Shakhriyar is not going to trade because black can actually double on that a file. The a pawn is now a sitting duck. Shakhriyar playing king g2 and Ding dropping his knight back to c6. And was that a blunder? Why was it a blunder? Because after rook g5, I guess black is kind of stuck in molasses.
Bishop c7. Bishop c7 forces the queen trade.
And this time, Shakhriyar is not going to miss bishop c7. Ding missed that move in the last game. Shakhriyar is not going to miss it in this game. That is a devastating threat in 5 seconds here for Ding. Rook fc8. He has to stop it.
Is there rook g? No. I thought it was rook g6, bishop h6 to force a queen trade, but it doesn't work because there's queen c7 at the end.
But is there just bishop d6 hitting the pawn? Maybe that was the wrong angle there, Robert. I think bishop e3 would have been the more accurate way of doing that. What's going on here? We've got tactics. Ding with 1 second. Queen c6, accurate move though.
Yeah,
and he's still in the game. That rook on g5 is kind of stranded.
Can you get a king g7 f6 in or trap the rook there? No, the rook now has full swing on the 5th rank.
Rook c7 though, and white should be winning this. Bishop takes a7. Incredible turnaround. Oh, and that's a mouse slip.
Yeah, trying to drag the rook all the way down to d3. That one got stuck on d7.
It's like the old little joke about the Russian player Vladimir Simagin, very tactical player. And he was a GM, and he played a game in the 40s, e4, c6, he was black, d4, d6. After the game, his friend comes up, Vladimir, e4, c6, d4, d6. I didn't have the strength to push the pawn all the way to d5 was the answer.
I love that story. It's so good.
Yeah.
Well, I think even though the match is now even, Mamedyarov won that game, I do kind of feel like that still wasn't his style of game. It became it later, but something felt off out of the opening. So I hope for Mamedyarov's sake that now he can relax a bit. He did lose game 1. Now he's back. It's an even score. Just play chess. Both of these players are so strong and they don't fear one another. They respect each other. And look at this. This is like the ultimate Ding start to a game, right? It's like crazy solid. You're trying to induce a weakness here or there. If you play b5 and the c6 pawn is backwards, white might have a4. If you play a move, sometimes you see like a rook a7, which is not in this position. It's like the rook is misplaced. Maybe it can take advantage later. What if bishop f6 and queen b6?
Takes, queen b6, slide it in. That looks amazing. Black has to play gf. And Ding immediately pounces, and Shakhriyar missed it. Now, gf is not the end of the world, Robert, but it's pretty darn close to the end of the world. You do not want to weaken your structure like this early in the game.
No, that looks terrible, especially because you have the f5 square under your control too. Like what oftentimes happens exactly, you're highlighting there, knight h4 to f5. You just keep pushing forward and
bishop f5 too.
Oh, no, this is
e4. This is atrocious. Black can't castle. The king has nowhere to go. It can't castle long because you've already moved the rook.
Well, I kind of feel like, I know you're the prophet, but I was about just saying like, well, he can't play this move rook a7, even though sometimes an idea, and this is it clearly backfiring where black wasn't fully developed, wasn't ready. And h5, that's not really an attack. I feel like it's just a defensive move because the pawn was threatened. And this is what you do. King's in the center, open it up. Donna, this is probably the worst opening we'll see, or like the worst position right out of the opening we'll see in this match.
Very likely, and probably at the very least until the bullet. But this is another thing you can see here is that Ding is not, he's not a passive player. I think people, when they think of positional players, they think, he's never going to go for anything tactical. That's absolutely untrue. Ding does not hesitate to open up the position when he needs to. And that is the hallmark of the modern universal super GM. You could have your tendencies, you could have your preferences, but when push comes to shove, all of these players are going to do what the position requires of them, whether that's positional or tactical. And I think Ding is a great example of that. And here we see knight h4 seamlessly weaving a tactical move like e4, but still not forgetting about the idea of eventually getting a knight or a bishop to f5.
I just don't even know what moves to suggest for black, because there's an open G file for your rook, but as soon as you move that rook to G8, I'm looking at the H5 pawn and the H6 square. That rook probably needs to stay defensive over here and not just go for any sort of wishful attack. So you don't want to take on E4. That's clear to me. Then the knight will just take back and white's pieces are hopping into the game.
And then I guess knight G3, knight F5. Ugh.
Yeah.
F5 by Shakhriyar, clearly an attempt to change the course of the game, which I like. What about, is there E takes D5, queen takes H4, G3? Maybe that's too creative. Maybe you just play knight takes
I like
F5.
that actually. That looks really good.
Or what about even E5 in this position?
Yeah,
or is that
E5 probably also is good because the bishop on E6, it's a big pawn. But I think sometimes the problem with playing E5 is if queen takes H4, E takes D6. If you don't win some of the material, like that bishop is protecting the house. So it's one of these decisions. I would open the board up, e takes d5, like you first suggested, allow queen h4 and play g3. But I could see the downside in that too. Opposite colored bishops, not exactly what you want. Maybe not a clear way how to may win a pawn or something like that. So you can just win a pawn on f5 directly if you want it.
I think he takes d5 is probably more in Ding's style, but so far he's clearly not shied away from complications. I personally would not be able to resist the temptation to go e5, but yeah, he does take on d5. And the reason that I was not as keen on this is because first let's see what Chakra does. I feel like bishop takes h2 was a move there. Okay, g3. That I did not expect. I thought he would have to go queen f6, Robert. Well, this looks like it has to be completely losing.
Look at the evaluation bar. It's going sky high here. It's,
d1.
Even just bishop takes f5.
Yeah, just grab it. Takes. And I guess Chakra was relying on this idea. But it doesn't even create a threat, and white can just go e7.
E7, rook d1, rook d8, checkmate. It's just, ouch.
Yeah, the king has plenty of breathing room here. f2 is not hanging. This is totally one-sided, and Ding has plenty of time to figure out the most precise path to victory. Chakra has completely collapsed here.
This kind of playing like aggressive as a form of defense can work, especially in bullet chess. But right now, with all this time on the clock, we know Ding Liren missed that bishop c7 tax in game 1. So he was not as alert as he should have been in that first game. But in this position, no, come on. If bishop takes g3, he'll just push that pawn, move the rook in. There's no attack for black. In fact, it's black's king that's getting made in. Danya, look at that rook on a7. Hasn't moved since it defended the b7 pawn.
We're on the same page.
It's the source of all of black's problems.
I think our eyes are inexorably drawn to the rook on a7 and knight on b6. It's never good when you've got, pieces just kind of buried and stuck in molasses on one side of the board and all of the action occurs on the other side. That's just never good. You can't have, you might be Chakra Mamedyarov or Magnus Carlsen, but all of your pieces have to be working members of society. Otherwise, you're going to get crushed. And that's exactly what happened in this game. E7 check is going to happen, and then rook ad1 is going to win the game.
Yeah, because your king has to go to e8, otherwise e8 equals queen will go a full rook ahead for white. So this is just
bishop h2 and king g2.
Not even a single check.
Well, there's queen g7, but then king can come even to f3. Why not?
You're a bully. I was gonna say there's rook g8 check as well, but then you can go king h1. So.
Or you could you cannot take on h2.
No,
that's
don't
the
do
one
that.
thing you can't do. Yeah,
but that's actually that's a wonderful sequence though, because you think that after king h2, queen h4 check would be the response, but in fact queen f4 check, that's really cool.
And it's mate. Yeah, this is a typical blind spot for a lot of players. They only consider kind of the ladder sequence, but first you give the check, you toss the king off of h2, and now after queen h4, the h3 square is no longer covered. So there's no need for any of that. He goes king f1 and rook e2, which is an alternate way of preventing all of the checks. And one nice line here is knight d5, knight takes d5, queen takes e2, knight f6 mate. There are a gazillion mates. This is completely resignable. Rook a8, I guess, possibly. Oh my God. Rook a8, maybe knight e4.
Yes, absolutely.
Now that is a little bit more elegant, same kind of concept. No, this is bishop c7 is also maybe possible. Try to go to h1, some ideas.
I'm still thinking about that sequence, where stopping with queen f4 check, and I think that's the hardest thing, is stopping short. Those are the easiest oversights to make in chess, because we always assume that the pieces are going to move the furthest up the board and create the most threats, but just stopping short is a big thing. And Diana, this is a demolition. Ding Liren should be really happy, and he seems so focused because I'm looking at this position like you don't need to focus on this one, buddy. You won this game.
Right. Things are under control when his hands are not on the keyboard, so he knows that he's gonna have plenty of time to kind of in a leisurely way bring his hands back on the mouse. It was queen d2,
queen d7 check,
and queen d8. Oh, come on. But knight d5.
Now just trade everything on d5. But knight d5, pawn takes, queen takes, and you're going to checkmate with bishop d7 checkmate.
Yeah, that's coming. And if black goes f6, then the bishop is going to come to g6. Gosh, everything is made here.
Pretty brutal.
What a complete, as you said, demolition and Ding looked really good in that game. Obviously, things looked very grim for Shak after he allowed bishop takes f6. But nonetheless, the technique there was, I mean, left absolutely left nothing to be desired. That was perfect.
I was going to say, though, the one good thing about losing in that fashion is from Mamedyarov perspective is like, okay, I won't allow this bishop takes f6 anyway. That was just a simple blunder. And after that, I had no chance. That's what the mentality that you have. So that helps you get over losses like that more quickly. It was a one-move blunder. I can play better versus just getting thoroughly outplayed. Or like, that person's just better than I am right now. These lines are so sharp.
Oh, yeah, they are. I played this with white, and I've lost a lot of games. Precisely, I've struggled to meet this b5 sacrifice, which has become very, very topical. Yeah, and I always feel like these structures are somehow a lot looser for white than they are for black, because the white king on e1 just doesn't seem to have a good home, as is evidenced by Shakhriyar's last move. This is generally where the king parks itself. That pawn on f3, it's like the way vampires are buried with spikes, right? That pawn is preventing, and you like to point this out, Robert, it's preventing that f6 knight from delivering a nasty check. Still, knight e5, knight d3, I feel like black's position is just a tiny bit more fun to play.
And black's up a pawn to boot. So if white isn't quick with whatever it is that you're going for, you're just down material. And oh gosh, if that happens, it's over. So g5, right. Don't capture that pawn. Not all pawns that look free are free. So maybe knight g3, try to get that c4 pawn, get a rook to e1 because the queen and king are on the same line, right? Knight b6 doesn't really protect the pawn.
He's on the same page. And after knight e5, yeah, like you said, bishop e2, kind of try to castle by hand. And ultimately, if white can achieve all of that, then yes, black might start paying the price for this g5 move, which creates obviously very significant weaknesses on the king side.
I'm not seeing knight e5 just looks great. That square is carved out for that knight. That's the benefit of having this pawn on g5. It's bad in a sense because your king feels a little weaker, but it's great when you take away the f4 square from an opponent. And white at some point may need to strike with like an h2, h4 move to blast that side open. But white's king isn't exactly safe sitting on f2.
No, and there's constant tactics with knight g4 and knight d3 and knights all over the place. Now, what exactly is Ding contemplating? He might be considering the possibility of trading on c3. I don't really see the hurry, to be honest, but there's a reason that he's playing and I'm not.
But I don't like bishop c3, and the reason why is after we trade and then you protect c4 with knight e5, I can take on c4 because after knight takes c4 is queen
great check. Eye.
So you're opening up the fourth rank, whereas the bishop on b4 would prevent this tactic. So I don't like bishop takes c3. I think it's too committal, and it gives white additional options that you don't want to see.
How do you see that at 7:39 a.m.? I guess maybe in 3 hours I'll start to see stuff like that.
Because I was thinking about random tactics, and then sometimes they're relevant, and here the queen a4 check plays its part. And you want the honest truth, Danya? I initially said knight b6, you can still take on c4, but you can't because after knight takes c4, rook e1, you're trying to win the queen right on the file, but the knight comes back to e5.
Oh, so nice!
It started with a blunder, and then it went to a good idea.
Well, as Abraham Lincoln said, all great things start with a blunder.
I do. I mean, he went knight b6.
He does go knight b6. Okay, but bishop e2, I guess, is reasonable.
There's also maybe queen c2, knight f5, but the d5 pawn might be lost. So I'm going for positional means in a tactical position. So I don't know if queen c2 is too slow.
Yeah, but I just recognize that the issue with bishop e2 might also just be that black in this position takes on c3 and then takes on d5, although I wouldn't be too scared with white. White's not really... white doesn't care about pawns in this position. White cares really only about the possibility of completing his development. Knight c to e4.
Sorry, what was that about completing development? Can you tell me that one again?
Well, I was just saying that. Wait, am I supposed to?
No, I was joking because he moved a piece that he already moved.
Right. Oh, knight c e4. Yeah, exactly. He waited for me to say that, and then he plays knight c e4. But the opportunity train on trading on c3 has now passed. That bishop on b4 has kind of been left in the dust. And you see this technique sometimes where you develop a piece which stares at another piece, and then that other piece vacates the premises. That bishop is just kind of, it's been left to stag at the prom.
Yeah, no, unlike GF.
Nothing wrong with going back to the prompt, but
I was going to make a GF comment. So a joke there, right? But
oh my God.
Oh, anyway.
I'm supposed to do that, Robert.
Yes,
have you forgotten what the roles are?
No, but I am trying to figure out how to improve this position for white because it does look really good. And that, so A3 played, bishop A5. I almost want to play the move B4 here. Does it work?
Oh my goodness. B4 here?
Yes.
And what if I en passant?
Bishop B2.
Oh, bishop B5 and bishop B2.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. And he's played it.
It feels, honestly, I don't think there's a player that I'm happier that I guessed their move correctly than Shahryar Mamedyarov, because he is so explosive and I just love his tactical style. And I've actually played him in a blitz tournament like 10 years ago and he wiped me off the board. So just to be able to predict his move every now and then, that feels good.
No, that was awesome. And I honestly completely forgot that this diagonal even existed. That knight on F6, another problem with the move G5 is that it has left this square undefended. Now, Shahryar taking his time here. He's not rushing to recapture on B4. Is he thinking about queen D4? Possibly.
I would just take on B4, play bishop B2, but then there's the move C3 for black, which saves the day. So I'm going to acknowledge I didn't really think about the consequences too deeply here, but
look at this line. That's what could happen. It's literally mate.
that is not good. So it's probably what he's considering right now, though, is just what happens after C3. It takes the bishop rather than knight, and now pieces are getting traded. It's not like black's king is truly safe, although black is up a pawn.
Yeah, and I also threw the move queen D4 out the window because after knight B takes D5, there's this devastating threat of going bishop B6. So is there any alternative to A takes B4? Because if not, then you should probably move first and think later.
Is there some kind of like bishop E3 to D4 if he really, really, really wants to get his bishop on that diagonal? But then there's still knight takes D5, bishop B6 ideas. So probably not.
That bishop on A5 is surprisingly resilient. It keeps dropping back to B6 or C5. Okay, so he bites the bullet he takes and takes on C4. Oh, that looks suspicious.
Yeah, it feels like we were talking how white wanted to be quick with the development, and now white's not really fully developed, and the bishop on C4 is hanging. So black can even castle, I imagine, and then white has to move the bishop again.
Yeah, just castle, and then F5 and bishop C5 is going to be a pretty big threat. For example, castles bishop B2, and black doesn't even have to take on C4 if he doesn't want to. He can play F5. Yeah, and Ding plays F5 immediately, which possibly is even stronger.
Well, it does allow bishop B5 check. So that's an additional opportunity that white would not have had he castled first. So I actually think that was a good idea, but wrongly executed. He should have castled because there would be no bishop check, which gets the bishop out of dodge.
And now maybe you can play queen D4, and he does, and all of a sudden it's a fork, and he can finally eliminate that bishop from B4. Oh, a funny line is after queen takes B4, E3 is possible. And if bishop takes E3, there's queen takes E3, but the king can simply hide away on E2.
Yeah, that's an umbrella pawn, right? It shields the white king.
Yeah, and for that reason, but Ding has completely lost control of the game. Now the rook can come to E1, and white can finally complete that kind of castling by hand that was started, a million moves ago. He goes bishop B2 first. This is looking mighty suspicious for black. Rook C8, threatening rook C2. Bishop C6.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I was like wondering if you could throw in the E3 check, but the king would still sit on E2, and taking on D5 is always going to be a problem. Ooh, okay. Bishop on
C3. There's ideas of sacking the rook on C6 and weakening white's light squares. Now, the question is, does the king hide away on G3? That's not out of the question. He goes king E2.
So if the king were not on F7, rook C6, knight D5 could be just devastating because the knight's coming into F4 and the king is in trouble. But the king being on F7 is just in the wrong place.
I would still contemplate this because if you go queen C4, I drop the bishop to E6. And the moment that knight comes to F4, I'll tell you what, with a minute on the clock, that's not easy to play. Ding taking essentially all of his time. I think he's calculating that, but he might end up just going rook A to B8. I don't see exactly what's wrong with that either. Maybe it's too slow. Knight D7.
Knight D7 was not on my radar.
Not on mine either. Now, one of the ideas is that now taking is impossible to do rook C2.
And queen B7, which looks like the most natural reply to me, is met by like bishop D3 check or something. So like there's
or even rook B8.
Rook B8 is simple, yeah. I'm going for like the complex tactics and you just win a piece. So What does white do here? You don't want to take on d7, I don't think. So
certainly not. Maybe just
C2.
rook e1.
But
nah.
The rook b8 and the knight's coming into e or c5.
Well, now knight c5 is still very much possible. Or you could throw in rook a to b8 first and see where the queen goes.
Yeah.
Now knight e5. 7 seconds though for Ding. He's got to move.
And the problem for the white king is like, you don't really know. Are you getting checkmated? Is bishop d3 check going to be good? Can I take the e3 pawns and opening up more files? It's a struggle, but Ding is down on time.
He's down on time. But what a crazy position. Now knight takes c6, f4. Wait, allowing bishop g4 check? Then king takes e3 in 2 seconds for Ding. He's got to make a move.
Oh my gosh.
He's taken on f4 and king
g6. I love it. I love it. That's a
bishop d3.
Oh gosh, bishop d3. Yep.
And wait a second, this is still not over. This is still not over. Queen a7, but now the hunt has begun.
A lot of checks against that white king.
He's not going to move. Oh no, my God, he flagged. Oh my God, he flagged.
I'm speechless. That never happens to me. But also, this is the second time this match a player is flagged.
What is happening? This queen f7. I don't know. Knight takes c6 gets mated, but at least get mated.
I think, Donnie, they're trying to make me feel better because I always freeze and flag, and both of them have done that right now. So what do you make? They're taking their halftime break, right? We're midway through the 5+1 segment here. Like, what do you make of what we've seen thus far? I know Ding Liren has the lead, but
right,
who's the favorite right now? I'm confused.
It's been a weird start to the match, Robert, because, you've had this sort of weird ending to two of these games with Shakir flagging once and Ding flagging once. I feel like Ding has been in control of most of these games. I just get the sense that he's dictated matters. He's found a lot of great ideas, but it hasn't translated to the match score. So, I think whether, his ability to keep it's great to dictate the terms of the match. It's like possession time in soccer, Robert. You can have 80% of the possession, but if you're not scoring goals, then that's not good for anything. So we're going to see if Ding can actually make that translate in the second half of this 5-minute portion.
Well, we'll have to see in a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, more from the Speed Chess Championship.
Once you've played a lot with Magnus, you understand that he never coasts. So if you make a slight inaccuracy, sometimes that can snowball into turning a game that feels like it's about to be a draw into a game that you might lose. He's the player who's overall the strongest, the most accurate, and the most consistent. He also puts pressure on you in a way that some players sometimes let up on the pressure, while Magnus usually doesn't ever let up.
And we are back. Danya, it's been a whirlwind of a first few games here, but this match is important. Some of the top players in the world. I'm pretty excited for the World Chess Championship. We just heard Fabiano Caruana's thoughts. It's going to be Magnus. It's going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's starting in just a few weeks now.
It's crazy. I mean, these things just approach, and you've got Speed Chess Championship all the way up until the World Championship, and you've got the two together. It's an incredible month of chess. Just November, December, they're going to go down in history as some of the most epic months in chess history. I mean, wow. All you can eat buffet.
It really is. And we don't even have to go to Vegas for it. But for some reason, I thought it was 3-2 in.
I thought so too.
Is it like, are we misremembering?
Yeah, we are. I guess it's 2-2.
Well, that is.
I guess it's early.
Yeah, it's going to be our excuse the whole show. It is 2-2. We are just wrong. In my head, it was Ding Liren was up 3-2 now, and that's just wrong. So, okay, we're into this next game here. It's a pawn sacrifice to this point, but Mamedyarov, didn't he use this to? No, I was thinking he played something similar to beat Kasparov in the Rapid and Blitz when Gary played. But these kind of things can be very, very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing from the black side.
Oh, extremely. I mean, these Queen's Gambit X7, I mean, there's knight takes F7 here and bishop F7, Queen H5. You see this kind of tactic in a lot of different openings. White recovers the bishop. And at first blush, it looks like White's, crazy better. King on F7 is really weak. But the reality is that Black is okay here because the king can tuck itself on G8 and Black does have a passer on D4 and Black has a slight lead in development. So the reality is quite a bit more complex. I still like White's position. I think the dark squares, Robert, are quite concerningly weak for Black. And in a blitz game, this could be hard to handle, but we see a transition into an endgame, I don't know, probably closer to equal than anything.
Oh, yeah. I like that transition for Black for sure, because when you try to evaluate, should I trade queens, you look whose king is safer. White's king is very safe. Black's king a bit out in the open. So I would not have wanted to trade queens if I were Ding Liren and bishop E6. Black has completed development. In fact, the king on F7 can be useful in the endgame. And the D4 pawn, it may be doubled. It's on a dark square, but good luck getting to it. It will take much of your time and many of your resources.
That's right. And White kind of has to decide what his plan is going to be. F4 is pretty tempting. What do you think Black's going to do against F4?
Yeah, F4 looks pretty good. I'm not sure. At some point, Rook C8, Knight B4 type of ideas are probably what Black's going to go for. But if you don't play F4, Black will play D5. So you might kind of be forced to play F4 if you're trying to seek any sort of edge here.
You might be forced to play F4.
Oh my gosh.
Is that what you're saying?
Oh gosh, Danya.
My first of the day. Rook
we're
F1.
going to be here all week, aren't we? It's going to be the two of us nonstop. You listen to your puns. All right.
I'm going to have to get used to it.
I'm going to get back into it. Yeah, for sure. Rook D1. So what about D5? Is there something wrong with that move?
No, I think there isn't, and Mamedyarov plays it. I think that maybe White wants to just play F3 and then perhaps somehow get the bishop to F2 and ultimately claim that that pawn is more of a weakness than a strength. But obviously, I'm pretty doubtful that this gives any serious advantage. Maybe just Rook AC1. Yeah,
the bishop on G5 is extremely annoying to deal with, though, because you can't kick it out, and that means you can't put a rook on D8. So that's why he's going for this exchange. He's giving up his E pawn, wins the D pawn. There is no challenge along the D file, but the bishop on E6 also covers that very important D7 square down here. So I don't know where White's planning to break through from, but White, of course, has the better position.
Yeah, but I think the combination of opposite colored bishops, and as you said, the bishop's control of the D7 square should give Black enough to secure the draw here. H5, stopping G4.
And then the White king can go King H2, King G3, King F4, and then maybe play G4. Like that's the move you really want to make happen. And the dark squares are yours for the taking.
Yeah, I have to say, the more I look at this, the more that plan seems incredibly nasty, because if white can win the e-pawn, then, opposite colored bishops or not, when you have an extra pawn and it's a blitz game, you're going to have serious winning chances.
That's right. And there's also threats against the black king. You may say, well, there are no queens on the board, you're not going to checkmate. But if that first rook, say, goes to a4 or b4, and then you can tie down the black rook and put a rook on d6, like things could get out of hand if you're not. Actually, rook a4, a6, rook d6. What do you do as black after that?
Yeah, that's an incredible kind of case of domination, because if you go rook e6, you allow rook d7. And I think that Ding is going for that line. Rook a4, a6 played, rook b4 instead, hitting the pawn on b7. I think he wants to provoke b5 and then play rook d6.
I like that even more. That's just a smart move to include, because rook c7 I don't think works as a bishop f4.
But then rook e7?
Oh, and I don't have bishop d6 at the end. I thought I had bishop d6. I do not.
And then rook d7. Yeah. So I think black actually should go rook c7, because b5 creates massive weaknesses on the queen side.
Although doubling your rooks behind your isolated pawn that can't push is not really ideal.
Right.
So I think Ding is going for the bind here, and that makes a lot of sense to me. Just saying I can then move my piece of the next rook up to d4, then to b4. You have the elevator rooks, right? They're just moving up and down and
trampolining from one side of the board to the other. And these top GMs are so patient in these positions. I mean, it's in order to squeeze out a win, nothing happens quickly. First you have to accumulate. Then you have to create the bind, as you said. And it's not about some sort of immediate breakthrough or some crazy tactic. You have to keep inducing weaknesses, keep massaging the advantage, and eventually an opportunity to further expand the advantage is going to arise.
And look at this, like rook d6 is played. What can black do here? Rook e6, rook d7 check. It's not about winning the b pawn. There was that pawn b7, which would have been won earlier. It's about getting after that black king, forcing it to the back rank, and then continuing to press forward. And look at this position, It's just, to my eyes, it has to be an overwhelming advantage. But then I look at the eval bar and just, that's slightly better.
Another day at the office. Yeah, this is sort of a chef's kiss kind of position. But concretely, rook c7 might actually force a trade of rooks.
There's something funny that I don't think you realize you just did. You said a
chef's house. I know.
Yeah,
I did realize it.
Oh, okay,
who do you think I am? Well, you think I'm not alert or anything?
It would have been even better if you didn't realize that you were making a pun. So
yeah, that's just next level.
Yeah, it just goes right in there. So this is good defense by Mamedyarov, because now that he has his rooks doubled and on an open file rather than behind his isolated pawn, he can play this move rook c7. His king can get back out to f7 after a rook d8 check, for example. I would probably go for that, like rook d8 check, rook a7 to a8, and then hope that I can try to checkmate this king. I'm just not sure I see any way to do so.
And he goes precisely for that line. I was contemplating rook c8, and he plays it. He's honestly insisting on a trade, rook c7. I think white might have to trade one way or another. He finds a good version of it, because now the bishop has to drop back to c8, I would imagine.
The bad news, though, is that the rook for black is coming down to c2. And yes, the rook is tied to the bishop for now, but it feels like black is going to be able to drum up enough counterplay to keep the position, not level, because white is better, but keeping the balance.
And the hilarious thing is that the bishop on c8 is actually not such a dumb bishop. It's defending a6, which is freeing up that rook to go to c2.
Exactly.
So it may very well have been the case that Ding, kind of overthought it and should have traded rooks in a different version. He goes back to a7. That king suddenly acquiring no small measure of activity.
No, but the thing about this is a timely rook g7 could be quite annoying for black to deal with, but that king can go up to d5 or f5 because the rook on c6 is perfectly placed. So yes, black has an isolated pawn, but that's hard to target. You have a dark square bishop, it's a pawn's in a light square. So I think with having both pairs of rooks on the board, white had serious chances. Now that the pair of rooks just got traded,
that's a draw for.
Exactly. It's going to be a draw, so he's forcing it.
And that's on the scoreboard, this doesn't mean very much. I mean, it's just a draw. The match is still tied. But from a psychological standpoint, pretty big result for Mamedyarov, because this is the kind of position that Ding is really known for pressing. And Mamedyarov defended very precisely and basically drew from a position of strength. So that almost certainly gave him a measure of confidence. Let's see whether that translates into a win with the white pieces, as we see a very unorthodox opening. I've actually seen this knight c3 and d4 kind of a Vienna center game combo. I mean, what isn't an opening now?
Everything that I play would be the answer to your question.
That's funny. Good one.
Well, I mean, this position is weird because we tell students not to move their queen in the opening, and not only did that queen move once, and then moved a second time. So you did two faux pas. You first moved your queen, and then you moved the same piece twice. And that is not recommended usually. However, white can castle queenside. You have a pawn structure that is no longer symmetrical. What? Okay, what I was going to say doesn't matter anymore because that queen...
No, it's been out the window, thrown out the window.
He moved queen back to d2 just so he could defend f2, and he moved queen to d3 in the first place just so he could develop his dark square bishop to eventually castle queenside. But I don't think it was worth all that time, so I'm not going to justify this opening anymore, even if white objectively is okay.
I think Yasser is probably lying in bed watching this match and just cringing. Shakhriyar, I respect you greatly as a player, but in my day, if you played chess like this, you'd be thrown out of the tournament hall immediately. I mean, you just don't play like this in Anatoly Karpov's presence.
What's especially funny about that is you couldn't name players with like more different styles. I feel like Mamedyarov and Yasser, and then Yasser played Shakhriyar in the World Team Championship.
When he beat him.
And he beat him. Well, Yasser and I were teammates, and it was the opening, which, you know, for most of years without the board. I guess we can just quickly show that opening.
Was it d4, c5, d5, f5?
So I just want you to, if we can, just to show the opening.
Like it doesn't let me change the first move of the game.
Oh, well, then we'll show it at another point, I guess. But
right, I guess when d4 when d4 is played by either of them, we'll be able to show it. But I remember watching that game live. That must have been a magical experience, like sitting next to Yasser as he, you know, already in semi-retirement, just casually destroys Shakhriyar, and he beat somebody else in that tournament too, right?
He beat Judah Polgar. So yeah, that game was really something. It was just a questionable opening, but this is a questionable opening. And what is happening? Why does Mamedyarov keep getting double isolated bishop pawns?
Yeah. Well, the reason, the specific, I know you're asking it rhetorically here, queen takes e3 was not entirely out of the question, but I guess he concluded that white does not have enough for potentially a full rook in this line. And he plays bc3, which is never a good sign. Now, white is not losing here. I mean, white's got the two bishops. White threatens to play h3. How exactly does black stabilize everything? Does he go queen f6? Does he castle? Ding has to make an accurate decision here.
I think black should castle queenside. I mean, like, can I just move my queen out? And that what now white wants, because white is castle queenside, is to attack on the king side. But if I castle the queen side, good luck with your attack. You're attacking nothing.
Right, exactly. What exactly are you going to be using in service of the attack? But I feel like castling kingside maybe accelerates the possibility of a queenside attack for black. I think both.
That's true.
You can make a case for castling to either side, and probably Ding is thinking about precisely that.
Well, then it depends also what his current move is, because he can play queen f6, which I really like. He can just castle, as you mentioned. That does, like, at least in the back of my mind, would be Mamedyarov loves to be aggressive in attack, and castling kingside will allow him to do that. But these two players have squared off so many times that Ding Liren's not just going to be scared of the reputation of Mamedyarov the way that I might. He's just going to be like, you know what? I'm going to calculate. And right now, castling is totally fine. In fact, it's good. And as you said, you can then accelerate on the queen side for black and start the attack.
But he goes for the Robert Hess approach. Not going to comment on that. Very ill-advised. And h4 by Shakhriyar, preventing black from going g5, which actually was a threat, I think.
Yeah. And
also discouraging black from castling, although it's still possible. You could still castle, because after bishop g5, you have queen f2. So I would very much consider castling here for black.
Can white, if you castle, can white throw, f3, the c3 pawn is loose. Okay. You're being a sneaky guy here.
That's right.
Yeah, that's,
now maybe this is not the end of the story, because here white can take on g4. But I would imagine the black has also knight f2 exists here.
Yeah, no, knight f2 is great. Nicely done. Just distracting the queen from the bishop.
You know what's a funny move here is bishop g5 anyway.
It doesn't work.
I was just thinking about this line and then f4. But of course, there's queen takes f2.
Yeah, and there are all these pieces hanging on the, even after that line, like the rook takes on h1, and takes the knight on g1.
Oh yeah, no, forget it.
Too much is falling.
What if you set that up by, okay, never mind. He goes bishop b5. And again, Ding has a decision on his hands. Which way does he castle? And he castles short.
Yeah, castling queenside now with the bishop takes c6. It's like first white, then black gets those double pawns there. Still probably good for black. I just think it's sensible to castle kingside.
Knight e2. Somehow Shakhriyar, he's succeeded in getting his pieces out, and he's still in one piece. And I feel like very subtly, the game has turned a little bit in white's favor. And after knight e5, for example, there are tactics connected with this move, bishop g5.
Very true.
And, that's why he put a pawn on h4. This is always going to be a headache for black.
So
okay, he actually played knight e5.
How does black attack? White's pawn structure looks bad, but where's the attack going to come from exactly? Like
right.
Where's that inroad you need to make to really threaten the position? I love bishop g5. I would play that move. I think it's a very
it's funny. Yeah.
I think it's a good move, period. But also for blitz chess, it's just like you get frazzled by that idea.
I don't like f3 at all. I think that's a very uncharacteristically slow move. I mean, first of all, he just gives up a pawn and Ding says, thank you very much. But the additional benefit of that is that the queen now has a potential escape route, and bishop g5 now, I mean, I like this move nonetheless, but it's not quite as effective.
But queen e6, knight f4, and you're
losing
the h6 pawn.
But now queen g6 and queen h7, maybe just tuck the queen in for defensive purposes.
I do get why he played f3, because after queen g6, the e4 pawn was like hanging in some variations, but I don't think you could ever afford to take e4 because the bishop takes h6 and other similar ideas. So I agree with you completely. f3 was slow. It was not necessary to the attack, but there still is potential here because a queen on h7 isn't very happy.
Oh yeah, knight h5 here seems to merit consideration, and then some sort of knight f6 sacrifices on deck. Yeah, actually, there's storm cloud swirling around black's king here without a doubt.
Oh, there's so many interesting lines there. Like knight h5, like king h8 might be played, and you could still play knight f6 because the knight can't be captured. But then the queen just goes to g6. It's like barely escaping being trapped because h5 would trap the queen if not for queen takes g5. So it feels like just one idea is missing there from being a knockout.
Yeah, and the eval bar I think bears out the idea that objectively speaking, white doesn't have enough here. And with the time ticking down, I'm definitely skeptical of Shak's ability to whip up counterplay. He goes via a different route. He goes knight d5, and he's sort of baiting black into capturing that knight, which Ding does not. He goes king h8. Shak could capture that pawn on c7, and he does.
See, it's one of those pawns where you don't really want to capture it because it opens up the rook's file, but you're down a pawn to begin with, and otherwise, what are you really going for? There's no checkmate attack. So he takes it, he brings knight right back. I'm taking on d5.
Yeah, for sure. f6 instead by Ding.
Wow.
That's a pretty bold move. Very weakening.
Yeah, the light squares now are a bit of an issue.
So I don't know, just drop the bishop back. I thought bishop b3 was more natural, but okay.
Agreed. And now do you just take on d5?
Yeah, I mean, one of the ideas is ed something like knight b4.
But so you definitely want to take with the rook on d5. Oh, that's beautiful tactic, though. You want to take with the rook on d5, and it wasn't possible when the bishop was still on g5. We just go back a second there in the game before f6. If bishop takes d5, the rook takes on d5. There's h takes g5 now because the h1 rook is loose. That's like a really critical difference.
That's so easy to miss that all of a sudden that rook is undefended. And now the bishop is obviously no longer capturable.
Yeah, wow. And then that you do not want to take on d5 with the pawn. That's why I took with the rook in the game. And now white has all this play against the d6 pawn, isolated and weak. The h1 rook is going to d1.
This is absolutely anybody's game because that knight is coming into c4. I would put no stock in the eval bar here.
Yeah, no, I agreed. And
I think it's time for Ding to think about something drastic like g6, queen c7. Get that queen into the attack at all costs.
You can't be slow here. He goes a5 because he's saying, I'm going to go a4, force your bishop off the board.
And white's bishops are like thumbs here. Wouldn't white just love a knight to sink into g6? Black's king is all of a sudden like the safest piece on the board. White's king is not in any imminent danger of getting mated, but give black a couple of moves and I might change my mind on that.
And rook takes b5 may look like a free pawn, but then black was a4 anyway. Just here, take all my pawns, take c7, then the b pawn, then the a pawn. Open those files for my rooks. I'm going to go try to checkmate you. He does take on b5.
And queen g8, he tries to activate his queen, but in a slightly awkward way. Rook b7 deserves consideration, but then a4 could come.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That is a problem. Rook d5 shutting down the diagonal, a4 anyway. Transformation here, still looking really good for black.
Yeah, this has to be losing for white. White's up a pawn, but the king is so weak for white, and the king on h8 is extremely safe.
It's a tale of two kings, and again, it's very important to realize it's not that mate is coming on the next move, but black's going to activate the other rook. He's going to take on c3, and it's only a matter of time before white's position collapses. And the queen could come in through f8 to a3.
And here comes the queen. Yeah, queen f7. Now the queen can go to c7 or
too
b7.
many entry points. Too many entry points. And now white's starting to lose all of his pawns.
Yeah, this is just clean. There's no even possible attack for white.
Yeah, those are the most depressing positions when you're literally, when you have no counterplay and you're getting mated 15 ways to Sunday.
And I do like the move king h7. It feels like ultra nice to avoid any checks whatsoever. And that way you can, although it's queen c6, there's no rook b8 check, right? Because the king was over there on h7.
Okay, Shaka is going to flag, although clearly the position is completely lost. And another weirdly topsy-turvy game where it felt like Shaka had a disastrous opening. He sort of came back, but Ding never really took his foot off the gas pedal, and I think that was a pretty justified result.
Yeah, nice game by Ding. We were saying before we thought it was 3-2 in Ding's favor. It wasn't. It was 2-2 at the time, but it has felt like Ding has played the better chess thus far.
Yeah.
And not to take anything away from Mamedyarov and some of his games here, it just feels like it's been in Ding's style many of these games, where Mamedyarov in that last game tried to make it tactical, but then he pulled back. Like he went f3, and that turned the entire game around. Where instead of just going for the brute force method of going for checkmate, he made this calm f3 move, and then a2 was snagged, and ever since that moment, it felt like Ding had the upper hand.
I agree, and I think Shaka is best. Again, at the risk of backseat driving a little bit here, when I see Shak playing that kind of blitz where he beats Magnus, he doesn't hesitate. He goes for these moves like bishop g5 almost instantly. His intuition is legendary. It just seems like he's hesitating a little bit in this match, and his openings are just a little bit too loose. If he can fix those things going to the 3-minute, I think he's going to be in fine shape. But once again, an opening that honestly plays into Ding's hands. We have a Catalan. Seems like white's gotten a nice little edge here.
Looks very nice for white because the bishop on g2, the Catalan bishop, is open. You're going to get the c4 pawn back, but black will often try to strike with move e5. And
yep.
Then you do that now. Right? It's the time, but white doesn't mind because the bishop on g2 is still strong. And you get if you cut the board in half, white gets an extra pawn from e2, the e file to the h file, and bishop e4, that was nice to find as well. And here the queen's on e5. The queen doesn't want to be there because it gets kicked back. Now just bring the knight out to d2, which threatens bishop takes f6 in some lines with knight e4 to follow. It just seems like white has the easier play between the two.
This is actually very important because c6 is a very typical idea for black to blunt the bishop. But as it stands, the bishop on d6 runs into trouble. Another instance of bishop takes f6. Shaka's missed this move once in a different position, and Ding has played knight d2. And without c6, it's very hard to get black's pieces out. It looks symmetrical, right? Okay, how bad can this be? But after bishop e6, queen comes to h4. Again, bishop takes f6 is a problem. Black's position is just, it's a little bit too awkward.
And people don't really like to see their pawns double. Even if Mamedyarov has allowed it several times today, you don't really want to allow bishop f6 that hurts the black kingside pawn structure. So queen b5, cool. Queen b5, then there's c6.
Well, then I thought bishop takes f6 is interesting.
Oh.
And I'm going very materialistic here. I mean, if you take the queen, I'll take and take b7. This might not be anything special, but a pawn is a pawn is a pawn.
Oh, I like it. And then your point as well is that even though queen takes f6 would be possible in that variation, like queen b5, c6, bishop f6, queen f6, because the white queen's under attack, which means you can't win this bishop on d6, but then b7's hanging. So
right.
You're being a thorn in my side here with your little tactical.
That's what I like to hear. Or, I mean, just a general thorn in your side. But I still like queen h4. I still feel like queen h4 is the simpler approach. But maybe there black has knight d5 and the initiative starts to evaporate.
Can I just say for a second, and I have been listening to your lines here, but there's still 23 plus minutes in the 5+1 segment. And I just feel so spoiled that we have so much more time left in this match. Not to be too wholesome. I mean, I honestly thought for a second we're like really deep in this match. No, we're just getting started here. And I'm really thrilled about it. So he does take on F6 after a long think. Queen takes F6. I don't know what his response to that would be.
Now. So he goes for a similar idea, but a different move order. And to your point, by the way, I don't love this move order, but we'll get to that in a second. I feel like the reason you get the sense that, the match is almost done when it's only just beginning is because every game is like a journey. There's so many twists and turns in every one of these games, so many different types of positions. And it's so rich. It's like a 10-course meal, but we're only on the third course, but the black caviar has already been served.
I do like how you've stepped this up from the buffet to a 10-course, really nice meal. So we're making
just
progress.
A step up.
Well, look at this. Queen takes
Ding
D7.
is making progress on Black's queen side here.
So do you go after the B2 pawn or take the E2 pawn right now?
I would say intuitively Rook A B8 looks aesthetically pleasing, giving up A7, and then there's Bishop C5, and the queen is almost trapped because Queen A5 runs into Bishop takes F2. He's gone. Yeah, this happened. And Ding has just decided, or Shark has just decided to take on B2.
So I like Knight E4, which stops Bishop C5. He attacks the bishop on D6, and I feel like you take on E2, Knight takes D6, C takes D6, even material, but not an even position because look whose pawn is better. It's his A2 pawn. The bishop goes to the corner. This is a passer, and as you just did, it's running.
And again, I just, for some reason, I thought Bishop C5 promised more dynamic chances. I think Shock sort of grabbed that pawn intuitively, and there comes the A pawn. And these positions, you often see them being lost in like 3 moves.
Yeah.
I mean, objectively speaking, rather, I'm sure the black has some way to restructure the defenses, but in a blitz game, this is almost indefensible in my opinion. Look at that queen on A7, guarding the F2 pawn, not allowing any kind of counterplay connected with the second rank. That's what makes it so depressing for black.
And you could play queen. I wouldn't do this, but you could play queen D4 at some moment if you felt any danger. Centralize, attack D6, offer a exchange of queens.
Absolutely.
And then play with the superior endgame where you're going to win the D6 pawn. So the A pawn, perfectly safe and rushing up the board. The D6 pawn under attack and not getting anywhere. So white is just spoiled. And to use the word I used before, so many options here, but that's where it gets difficult, Danya, where like even in this position, do I put my rook on C1? Do I put my rook on B1? You start burning your clock trying to find the perfect moves, understanding that you're not in a one position just yet, but you probably have amazing winning chances.
And Shock is doing what he needs to do. He's exploiting, it doesn't matter. In a certain sense, black, not that he has an easy job, but there's nothing else that Shock can do. He has one passed pawn. He has to push it. It's not as dangerous as the A pawn, but white can't sleep on that pawn either because that bishop on B3 is covering the promotion square. So Ding has to be careful. He goes queen B6.
Oh, that's such a good move.
That's a very nice move. It hits the bishop and forces it away from that B3 square and totally just discombobulates black's pieces because now D4 is impossible.
And now A5 is possible, and the queen got out of the pawn's way. So you did everything at once. D4 was such a big threat because rook takes F2 to follow. Like there's all these like checkmating ideas, and the king could be unsafe. So this is a really precise play by Ding here. And what do you even do as black? Like rook B2,
rook B2, yeah. But then the queen can move back to C5, for example. No, not that move. Now these moves are what people sleep on, right? Queen B6, you look at that move, you press the arrow button, but that is the marrow that keeps the game together. Those are the moves that really distinguish these top GMs, in my opinion. It's the slow, steady, subtle moves that end all of the opponent's counterplay and make the position run like a well-oiled machine.
So did you like that move? I can't tell.
Your attitude is not befitting that of a professional commentator. Need I remind you? The kind of role that you're supposed to be serving here and the fact that you were once considered a role model. This kind of behavior
Wow, you just really
unacceptable.
I just feel just destroyed emotionally right now.
I just totally wrecked you using facts and logic.
You did. So I'm going to suggest to move rook d1, put that rook back on d1, try to play
and stop d4,
and go after the d5 pawn all at once, because I want to play a6, but I can't do it right now. So
wait a minute, Robert. D4. Oh my goodness. Did he just blunder d4?
He definitely blundered d4.
You blundered d4. And I jinxed him again. It's always my fault in the end.
Yeah.
I always do this. I start praising, complimenting in the most florid tone, and it's called the Naroditsky jinx for a reason.
So maybe
I named it after myself. Yes.
Maybe you should start treating the other players like you treat me, and then they'll play better chess.
So badly.
Gosh, missed the opportunity.
But I can't believe, d4 is really obvious.
It is also so in Mamedyarov's style. Something feels off.
Something's wrong.
Yeah,
something's just wrong. Mamedyarov should not miss the move d4. He should see that move in his sleep. And it just feels like he's getting into his own head. Maybe he's trusting Ding a little bit too much. I don't usually like to psychologize too much. Now, first of all, the game is not over yet. And he sent his h-pawn down the board to create more chances against White's king. Ding with 20 seconds on the clock. This is anybody's game.
No, this is going to be a problem. What's going on here? Like, they're moving so quickly. The pawn's on a7, or the pawn's on c4 for black. Just go rook back to b7. I think you're going to win that pawn a7. Oh, you're going for the attack. I'm going.
You have time for h3 because queen e4 is a pretty big threat.
Yeah, I'm going rook b7, just trying to get that pawn as soon as possible. But I do like that you're still on the lookout for aggressive measures.
No, but this is definitely the more circumspect move. And there comes h3. So he satisfies both of us. And I would go so far as to take black here. If, of course, you can get away with the rook takes a7, because then there's going to be rook c8 check, king h7. And I think black is fine there.
Yeah, black is fine, but you'll trade a pair. Oh, wait. There's
but queen e4, yeah.
Yeah. So you have to you trade on c8 first, but same idea applies.
But maybe you should take an a7 with the other rook for that reason. In order to keep the rooks connected. Well, wait a minute. Is he giving up that rook and then going queen f3? That's a crazy idea.
Queen f3? Wait a second.
That's just mate.
Oh, no, you have rook h8 check. Okay, he didn't go for it.
Mamedyarov misses d4 and sees that idea. Queen a6? Queen h4 check. If queen a6, then there's queen h4, queen
take h3. Doesn't work.
Ding with 2 seconds. I'm really worried
queen
for his connection
for black.
Queen c6?
No, yeah, this is...
Okay, now there's another weakness.
But now pieces are getting traded off by force.
But what if you take and go rook a2, rook g2, and then start bringing your king? Whoa.
He's going to go... Wait. Can he get away with this? G4 next, king g3?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he got it.
h2.
Rook h1.
Yeah, but the king comes in around through e5 and d4, and I guess it's a draw.
He's saying it's
close.
So I believe him. Yeah, g4 and king g3.
Yeah, that was really precise there, by the way, by Ding. Jeez.
A little too close for comfort, but he's making
Louise. And f4, yeah. This is a classic. King f2. And we have draw.
I still can't get over that he missed d4.
I know. And that's not one of those things where you really have to calculate anything. The moment you see that f2 is being threatened, you play that move. So both sides with a mutual blind spot there. That was a weird one.
Yeah, it was like, even in crazier position, Mamedyarov just found like these tactics. So he is still on the lookout for all of these lines, but in like the simple moment, I think that's been his problem today. In the simple moments, he's just been a bit inaccurate and not seizing his chances.
I agree. But like you said, finding the rook sacrifice where he had a single queen creating mate threats, he saw that, but he missed d4, and he's got to fix those. Yeah, he's got to fix the fundamentals here. And if you can do that, I feel like Ding's definitely giving him tactical chances, as we have a mainline Rogozin here. Knight e4 is a move. I think knight e4 is actually the most popular move as of late.
And is that after queen g6? Okay, queen e7. I was wondering.
Yeah, queen g6 is also a move.
And so does Black just play this very solidly, like bishop d7, knight c6? You play it in that manner. And I think most people look at this, they wait, don't grandmasters always talk about how having the bishop pair is good? And there's, yes, often the bishop pair is better, but look at White's piece placement. Amazing in the center. C4, D4, E4. In this moment, there could be some queen H5 type moves, just get extremely active. So I do like the look of this position from White's perspective, even if there's not too much happening just yet.
Yeah, I analyzed this a couple of bishop e2.
Yeah,
that's very deep. Does he want to reroute the bishop somehow to f3? Knight b5 maybe? I don't really get bishop e2. Do you?
No.
Knight b3 maybe somehow? You need to add the Russian accent here to better understand that move.
No, I think that this is no advantage for White. None of the White is worse, but this doesn't feel like what you really want.
Bishop is coming to c6, the other bishop coming to b6, and bishop d8. That is just crazy. And he played it instantly. Now, if White takes and goes rook c7, I guess there was some sort of bishop c6 move.
Is there
still in his prep or something?
I was about to say.
Oh my goodness, we're on the same page.
I mean, but what bishop a5 d8 in a half a second? I mean, Ding Liren is a brilliant chess player, but that is just
next level.
It's obscure.
I would answer no to your question, but knowing it's Ding Liren, anything is possible. And as is often the case, maybe it's not the exact position that he knows, but rather the idea occurs in a very similar position. And he kind of took the small risk and said, I'm going to play it. I'm going to trust that it works here too. But he's not entirely out of the woods yet.
No, he's not. And he's deep in thought right now. So if that was preparation, props, but now you have to figure out what to do next. And you don't want to take on c5. That's clear.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people would think, wait a minute, you can just take on e4 and it's a draw because you have opposite colored bishops. Well, not quite. Not at all. In fact, after bishop takes e4, Black is in huge trouble. These rooks are coming into the 7th. The b7 pawn is hanging. Black is going to be suffering for the rest of the game here.
Yeah, I would not take on e4. He might be calculating that to the end, saying, all right, I found a way, not just in the next 3 moves, but like 10 moves down the line. I see a way that I can sort of neutralize White's pressure. And that's what these top players do, is they don't just sit and visualize, but they truly evaluate what happens after that sequence. If bishop takes e4, if he plays it, he's been thinking for a minute and a half now. It means that he's worked it out completely. Otherwise, he'll make a calm move like rook e8. There might be knight d6, so maybe not rook e8, which
maybe f5. I know that's very drastic.
Feels
and I know that's very weakening.
Yeah. I think I would. I don't know what to do.
Well, that's exactly why I'm suggesting f5 because I don't know what to do.
You're a brave man. I think after f5, I would trade queens and play knight c5 for White, but it's hard to suggest anything else.
Yeah, but then I'll take, and then I'll take. And actually, the problem is that imperceptibly, White's gotten some lift for his king. So White doesn't have to worry about the back rank anymore. And I agree. White's going to get at least 1 rook and possibly even 2 to the 7th rank. I think it's a question here of choosing the lesser evil. Ding has been thinking for like 2 minutes here.
Yeah, I know he doesn't know what to do, and he's trying to work out every single possibility. What if he makes? Is there a calm move that can be played? So rook e8 I don't like because of knight d6.
Then he wants to take on f3.
He played it, huh? Maybe knight d6. There's bishop b6 first, and then the rook can move and take on f3, as you said. So.
Or you could take on f3 immediately, no? Is there something wrong with this?
It gives... Oh, no, it doesn't give any additional options.
Because 98, you take on c5 and Black wins a piece.
Right. That's clear.
So Shock might also try to make a calm move like h3 or b4, sort of just improving his position. We start playing this typical Grandmaster cat and mouse game where both sides make these small improving moves, but there's a lot going on in the position. So it's kind of weird that they're doing that. And there's b4.
I like the h3 just because in some of these lines we've been talking about, there's some background issues for White. So I probably would have started with h3, but b4 looks more than reasonable.
And the idea of rook e8 shines through here. Bishop b6, and the queen is now protected. And a decision for White: does he trade queens? Does he go queen d6? Maybe that's a little too much. Knight d6 though looks, or knight c5 looks interesting.
Yeah, I would definitely try to trade one pair of bishops for white. From black's perspective, you probably want to keep both bishops, because as soon as these light square bishops get traded, that means that white controls the light squares. The knight can hop to c4. That bishop on b6 is not only under attack, but can never attack the knight in the light squares.
Yeah, you see these endgames sometimes in the Catalan. And this was a Rogozin, so a little bit similar. But yeah, the knight's really, really nasty in these types of positions because there's all these weak squares on the queen side, as you indicated, that the knight can worm its way into. So objectively, it's probably equal, and I think Ding will make a draw here, but it is unpleasant. It is unpleasant.
And there's that love for the king, so no back rank issues. And
wait a minute.
Wait, knight d6.
What if you take a knight d6?
Oh, I guess b6, knight c8, you can play a6 because the bishop on d8 covers the b6 pawn.
And if white tries to fix the pawns, then black has the very important resource, bishop e7. If this pawn on a3 was on a4, then white would have knight c8 in this position. And all of this has happened, knight d6, b6.
That's so important, though. Like, these are the little things in chess that really add up. Right? That pawn were on a4 or on a2, white is just like winning on the spot. But because the pawn is on a3, which looks good in the initial position, right? The a3 pawn protects b4, but it just stops one of the other plans, and that allows black to escape here. And this is, I was about to say, and you see you're drawing the arrows, bishop c7. Can black somehow like play for a win?
I was thinking the exact same thing, and I actually am a little surprised at a6. I think an elegant way to solve this would have been bishop c7, knight b5, and then bishop b8, and you can play a6 at your leisure. But I guess Ding wants to play king e7 with tempo. Okay. Yeah, I think black has completely neutralized white's initiative, and with some damage on the king side here, black is really the only one who can fight for anything. And
when he plays b5 eventually as black, those pawns are stuck on dark squares, which means the bishop, if it can reroute itself, can attack.
And white's just bitten off more than he can chew. And then the knight could reroute to d3 or b3, and it could keep the bishop at bay by threatening to come to c5. So white should definitely be able to make a draw here. But you just get the sense that Shak has not been too confident in these types of positions.
And one thing to consider here, Danya, and maybe it's extreme, but if black can like play e5 and g5 at the same time, there's like potential for black to spring free and outside pass pawns. You have to be super careful as white and make sure that you have those ideas covered, because black has can get the outermost pawns. If you just look at the board, yes, they're double pawns. Those are protected. But as soon as you can play g5, h5, g4, you can try to make a rook pawn passed for black.
Yeah, this would be an incredibly painful game to lose if you're shocked, because he had everything under control. He was pressing, and in no universe could anyone expect that Ding would turn that position around. Now, it's way too early to talk about a lost position, but knight b1, that's not the sign of someone who's happy with his position.
No, he's on the defensive. And another thing to note that's really essential to this endgame is when there are pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop tends to be better than the knight. So the knight can attack things on light squares that the bishop can't defend, but because the pieces need to be spread out, a bishop is a longer range piece, and that could play to black's advantage. So I wish, if I were thinking this from black's perspective, that the e pawn was on h6, because then I could play h5, h4, g4, things like that. Now it feels like white has everything under control.
Yeah, and Shakur are going f4, kind of forcing things. And he's definitely thinking about a move like h4, and he plays it. But wait a minute, that is a huge risk, because now after bishop d8, I understand that white gets the pawn to h6, but that pawn might become a weakness. And Ding decides to get his king to the king side instead.
Wow. H4
is bold. I think Shak is probably flirting with the idea of still playing for a win, and that could cost him dearly.
Yeah, and how is he going to win this game? Like, the king went to e7. If he played king d4 ever, this bishop b6 check. So he's going in with his knight.
Knight takes e6 is a threat, or is it? Because g3 could follow in response.
Right. Black has a pass pawn. Can't forget about that.
I am going to steer clear of calculating this one. I think bishop b6 just smells right. He goes king g6 first.
I think it will transpose the same line, yeah.
And Shakur could play e4 and try to break apart black's pawn chain, but the problem isn't the pawn chain, it's that the g pawn might actually promote.
Exactly. E4 opens the bishop up to the g1. Exactly.
Goodbye. Shahryar now with 25 seconds. This is major danger. The eval bar is not concerned, but I am. Knight G7.
Knight G7 is great. You're just going to take on F5.
G3. Knight takes F5. Oh, Knight H4. Oh, he blundered completely to win. And Robert, look at this line. If King takes F5, H7, you're going to have a simultaneous promotion, and White's going to have some sort of a winning move there.
Yeah, Queen E5 will win the bishop at the very least, but there's probably a way to win the queen. No, Queen E5, Queen E6, Queen takes B6 is going to happen.
Yeah, or Queen F8, Queen H6, same idea.
Same exact thing.
Insane. And Shahryar's risk pays off. He just needs to play it accurately here. King F6 is now forced. You cannot go onto the G file.
Mm-hmm.
This is not quite over yet. Black has ideas of delivering a perpetual.
Yeah, there are 5 million checks available.
Exactly.
King on D3.
Oh, that's a nifty check. Trying to force the king to the 6th rank. Shahryar has forced that king into an inferior position. This has given White's king more real estate. And White's king could aim for B7.
And it might just go there right now. King C6. You don't care about the A3 pawn.
D6.
Black can take that pawn on A3 because the other pawns are cemented, right? A6, B5. It's like not really like having a pass pawn. That's like, oh.
And there it is. That interposes with check and wins the game. And what an incredible turnaround for Shahryar, who we were concerned that he was close to losing the game. But knights, I talked about this yesterday with Aman. When you've got time pressure, there is nothing better than a knight because of the just constant possibility of a crazy knight fork that turns everything around. That's exactly what happened here. A huge win, Robert, for Shahryar as they enter the final game of the 5-minute portion.
And it's a sign of tremendous strength to be so resourceful, to find these defensive tactics that keep you in the game. Because if we're honest, Ding was outplaying him in that endgame. It looked at first, it should be nothing. Then you're like, White almost is winning with a knight initially. Then wait a second, Black is trying to win. And H4 was really, I think, not a great move by Mamedyarov, but he ended up winning the game because of it. So,
it's like Stephen Curry shooting a 30-footer. It's a terrible shot until it goes in, and then it's a great shot.
And then it's a terrible shot when Jordan Poole tries to mimic that action, right? So.
Oh yeah, Jordan Poole needs to, he needs to pass the ball a little bit more, but that's okay. He's one of my favorites.
Well, look at this position. Mamedyarov takes on C4. Ding Liren plays E4 and E5. I feel like I've seen many games with Ding Liren on the white side of a position just like this. And if you play B5 right now, then I think White plays knight E4 to G5 and forces G6. And then you just try to create an attack against the Black king because
you just try to run him off the gym here with H4.
I would be up for that. And the thing is, Black wins a pawn, but has committed himself to the queen side, while White is just putting all the pieces over on the king side.
He's gone knight b4 instead, to which Ding has responded by trading and going king f1. Now, again, if White can get knight g5, and then all of these concessions, right, giving up the dark squared bishop, moving the king to f1, all of that is going to be justified. So if I'm Mamedyarov, I'm seriously considering something like bishop e7, maybe followed by f5, try to change the nature of the game. He goes f5 immediately. I like this decision.
So
I think Shahryar is gaining a little confidence here after that last game.
Queen takes c4 here. What's
the big deal?
Okay, White can't castle, which is unfortunate for him. But doesn't it seem just to be structurally really good for White?
Yes, but at the same time, you have, if the knight can get to d5, I think Black will stabilize it.
Mm-hmm. So
I like what Shak is doing. I know this looks incredibly flimsy, but I'm gonna argue that Ding is gonna let this advantage slip.
You know what I'm looking at is King G1 I really like, but I want to play H4 and then knight F3 to G5 at some point. Like, it probably doesn't work because you don't even have to take me, but I want to just like open the H file up, especially now that your king is on H8.
Right. No, that's a lovely idea. And there comes H4. This is just a multi-purpose move, right? It's healthy. Even if you don't go knight G5, it opens up some space, perhaps bishop H3, and Shahryar trying to get his knight to D5.
King H2 to connect the rooks as well. So knight G5, it's just not a good move, but it's just one of the ideas that I want to make work at some point of going against the king on H8.
And there it is, King H2. Shahryar fulfilling his idea, but that doesn't solve, it's not a panacea. Getting the knight to D5, it's nice, but Black still has all of these structural weaknesses. The rook's going to come to E1, and then E6 pawn is going to get weak. Yeah, I guess I was a little over optimistic. I liked the way Shakriar was playing, but now I'm seeing that his position is very much at risk of collapse.
So I know this from experience, Danya, is I like these positions when I'm playing them from black, and then I always lose. So I'm like, maybe I should stop liking this from the black side. Maybe objectively it's just good for white. So I've learned my lesson enough times from getting punished in these online blitz games. So
yeah,
look at how passive black is.
Ooh.
Bishop d7, bishop e7. Bishops are supposed to thrive with an open board. Knight c5 here for white. You're at the very least you can take one of those bishops.
Now, if you take with a pawn, you allow e5. So Ding takes with a queen, keeping that pawn on d4, which may look like a weakness, but it's actually a strength. It's preventing black from playing e5. Just keeping the clamp going. It's
a weak pawn, if you will, but it's making black's bishop weak because that bishop can't open up without c or e5, and you're not getting those moves in with that pawn d4. So I would not trade queens. He doesn't. White's king very safe on h2. Black's king safe enough, but in some potential danger later in the game. And maybe just double rooks, rook e2, rook e1, bishop h3. You have time here if you are Ding. I love his position.
I remember my coach used to talk about these situations where one side has a very cool looking or beautiful looking outposts, right? So you might look at this knight on d5 and say, that knight is totally unassailable. Black is doing great. But outposts are among the most visually appealing or visible features of the position, but they are not necessarily the most important, right? So you can't allow yourself to be fooled by appearances. And if you look deeper than that, you will see just how many weaknesses black has and just how passive the other pieces are. So the knight on d5 certainly doesn't tell the whole story.
I think we get mesmerized by pieces like that, but the action operates all around it. And look in this position, if that knight on f3, can someone get to c5, just like the first knight did, that would be great news. And you're pointing to the d3 square, of course, bishop d3, line them up. And well, if rook c8, I'm definitely playing bishop d3 because you're moving away from your king. Now I'm going to go attack your king.
Well, Shaka is going to throw the kitchen sink at him on the queen side. I think he's preparing for c5, which is smacks of desperation, but I guess you got to do what you got to do. And Ding is probably contemplating various prophylactic measures as well.
But I like bishop d3, c5. Can I just take on h7? I know you'll take on d4. My queen is under attack, but that h7 pawn is pretty important to your king's safety.
I agree, but he's gone for queen d2. Shakira might very well still play c5. That queen has the potential of swinging to h6. I really like the move queen d2, actually, on second thought.
And if,
rook back to a8.
If rook a8 is the move played, then queen e2 is just superb.
Rook c5 is possible. Wow.
But if rook c5, like, what's your plan? Like, you're not doubling on the c file. So I wanted to double on the e file because there's a pawn on e6 that I want to go after. But he goes bishop d3, and he's just, I'm not going after the e6 pawn. I'm going after the king.
Yeah, no, queen h6 is now a huge threat. Black probably has to bring maybe the rook to g8, maybe the queen to d8, goes rook d8. And a Ding move would be something like rook e2, just safeguarding the b2 pawn so that the queen would be free to roam around the king's side.
And I wanted to play rook e2 5 moves ago, so I will not complain at all if he plays it now.
That's right.
The one thing I will complain about, though, is that the bishop's on d3, which is great. But when I wanted to go rook e2, rook e1, I saw bishop h3 as an option to put pressure on the pawn on e6. So it's like I want all of it, and I can only have
God, Robert, you want the pumpkin pie and the apple pie and the cherry pie. Just pick one.
No, I really just want apple pie.
They're all good.
Now that you're talking about it, I'm easy. I'm picking apple pie. See how easy that was? I didn't even hesitate.
Very, very easy. Very easy.
And there's rook e2.
Ding didn't hesitate either. Rook e2. And yeah, this is just so hard to play for black.
There's no active try. Like, unless Mamedyarov will show us something, but I don't see what Mamedyarov can do to make himself feel better in this position.
Let me tell you, rook a g8, and then once the queen moves away from h6, rook takes g3. And that's how black is going to turn the tables. Mark my words.
So I want to play h5, knight h4, knight g6, but as soon as I play h5, I'm going to regret it because that pawn is now on a square that's not so well defended. So I'm looking at those kind of ideas. I just probably shouldn't.
I would go rook g8 here, and in response to bishop takes d5, I already think black has these types of ideas, but we'll see.
Well,
I feel like, oh no, but then there's queen takes f6 in the end. White is still winning there.
Yeah, it's a close call, but your point is there's ideas of rook takes g3. I'm with you there. That's something that I would be keen to avoid. And here, rook a g8 does look like the move.
I think you have to do it.
There is no threat though, because even if I gave you a free turn, rook takes g3 doesn't work.
Correct.
So that's the good
Shocker.
news for Ding.
Queen d6 instead, getting the queen out of the rook's x-ray. But yeah, Ding also kind of getting low on the clock, and he hasn't accomplished anything tangible quite yet.
You know what I would like for white is a trade queen. It's not going to happen because there's no way to do so. But if the queens were off, I would play knight e1, knight d3, knight c5. So that knight in f3 is the problematic piece for white. And that's why h5, knight h4 came to mind in pars. Like, that's the one piece that isn't doing its job in this position. The pawn on f6, 3 squares away, completely dominates that knight. All the knight is doing is protecting the d4 pawn, which isn't even threatened.
Yeah, and there comes rook ag8. Shakir has somehow gotten all of his pieces to relatively civilized squares, and there's the h5 idea that you talked about. And how does black set up rook takes g3? Obviously impossible due to checkmate.
And he timed it really well to play h5 because now the rook's in g8. Knight h4, knight g6 is like a smothered checkmate idea. So black will probably have to move the rook away from the g file at some point.
And now bishop takes d5 is a critical move that has to be calculated. And I think it works, but I'm very much not positive.
If I take with the queen on d5 then? Oh,
well,
you can take on f6.
Yeah, but then bishop takes h5. So Ding doesn't do it. He goes knight h4.
But that also looked good for white. I must say, it's like, yeah, black gets some activity, but felt nice anyway. But yeah, knight h4, knight g6 is.
This is low key, like an unbelievable positional game. He is shutting Shakir down completely, and very few people in a blitz game can play this smooth of a technical game. It's easy to just overlook the amount of just incredibly powerful positional moves he's made. Now, the game is not over yet, but he's just a couple of moves away, I think, from winning this game.
I just feel now, felt great earlier when Mamedyarov played a move I suggested, that b4 move. Now I feel great because he did this old rook e2, rook e1 doubling, and then went knight h4. Not that
you called it.
Not that I said it all in this order, but it just looks perfect. Everything's lined up where it needs to be. And now after bishop g6 or knight g6 check or something, it feels like black's. I think bishop g6 is actually the most precise. E6 is.
You're on a roll. I agree. Bishop takes d5 and rook takes g3, and this has actually happened. But now queen takes f6, I think, comes to the rescue.
Oh my gosh. And after rook back to g7 check, you just play like rook e5 and h6 and you win a rook.
Right, and shut everything down and win the rook.
So rook takes g3 was.
Well, I'm proud because I predicted that rook takes g3 was going to happen. Unfortunately, it does not win the game. It simply is a desperation last-second attempt. I think Shakir actually missed queen takes f6.
It's also funny. I was having tunnel vision, right? It's something I always tell people to avoid, but I was so focused on like these knight g6, bishop g6 ideas. I didn't see the simple bishop takes d5, which you had been talking about forever. So
wait a second. It's not over yet.
Okay.
Queen a7. Oh, rook takes f4. Look at that move. Oh, what does white do here? You can't take the queen. You're getting mated. 3 seconds for Ding.
Rook e4.
Did he just blunder?
But it was.
Wait a minute.
Oh my gosh. It was plus a million. So I just was thinking and reflecting on the position. There was a knight g6 check. That is one of the sickest tactics. We'll show.
Okay, we'll have to look at it after the game.
Oh my gosh.
But this is not over. Somehow.
No.
Oh my God, he's going to flag. He's got 2 seconds. Rook takes b2. He's got 1 second.
Oh, watch out for the mate.
h5.
Gotta move the h pawn.
Oh my God, h6. King h5. Rook g7. Rook takes a3 maybe.
Oh, rook h7.
Who's going to flag?
Check.
Oh my God, they're both down to like 0.
Okay, they trade, and this has to be. Oh, rook c7.
Is it winning? c4,
king
h5, and black has got him contained. King d8, rook c5, and the rook is cutting off the king. Now the white king should simply advance all the way to b4. But yeah, look at what Shakir is doing. He's trying to get his king to f5.
No, but it has to be winning. If you can get a pass pawn, even if black gets one of his. Oh, nice with rook a5. Love that.
c3. I love what Shakir is doing. So resilient. That is textbook right there. Yeah, that's incredible.
That's perfect play. That's just.
It's over.
Okay, we need to show that position.
Insane ending. Okay, so let me come back to the moment where. So here.
So yeah, so after rook takes
f4.
Oh
my goodness, no way.
Yes,
knight g6 check.
Knight g6 check. How sick is that? Because I'm
so
helped,
first,
but
you can't take because of rook takes h4.
Right, that's checkmate. So that's the first in the show. But I was helped because I see the eval bar is sky high, and then I'm like, what is it? And knight g6 check. The rook can't take, and if the rook can't take on g6, that means the white king has an escape on the g file. And so if you take on g6 with the pawn, queen takes d6, no rook h4 checkmate because the king can go to the g. That is
And if you take with the bishop, it's the same thing, because after rook h working g3, no discoveries.
Nobody is seeing that with 3 seconds on their clock in the midst of this really intense match. But what a tactic that would have been. Ding Liren still gets the full point. He played a nice game there. Daniel, as we go to break, what do you think Mamedyarov needs to do to score back in this match?
I think the opening is actually really important, because I feel like Shakir is getting a little bit into his groove, tactically speaking. I mean, even in this game, like the way that he managed to create tactical chances is pretty incredible. So I think, he's outsmarted Ding tactically at a couple of junctures, but he keeps getting dragged into these positional games where he's slightly worse, got no active counterplay, and essentially Ding is totally unmatched in his ability to squeeze advantages. So I think for Shakir, he's got to be more careful in the opening. He's got to try to get more tactical positions, even if he's still objectively worse. We'll see if he manages to do that. You've got 60 minutes of 3-minute chess coming up. This has been an awesome match so far.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back for more from this Ding Liren, Shakir Mamedyarov match here in the Speed Chess Championship. Chess.com is your exclusive Twitch home for the video feeds for this year's FIDE World Championship. Join us, that will be me, Fabiano Caruana, Danny Wrench, for the best coverage around as we watch this year's players, the defending champion Magnus Carlsen and challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi battle for the title. The FIDE World Championship coming in November to Chess.com. But Danya, we're in the midst of this match. Ding Liren with the lead over Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. The Smarter Chess predictions say that Mamedyarov is a slight favorite in the 3+1. What do you think about that?
I think that's reasonable. I think that Shakhriyar is, a little bit more experienced. And I can't say that time management has been, I can't say that either side has had clearly superior time management. We've had a lot of time scrambles, and it's a complete toss-up. But if I had to go with somebody as a slight favorite, I would agree with the assessment of Shakhriyar as the slight favorite. But again, I think it's going to come down to his opening choices. Can he play more solid, but at the same time, can he manufacture and get the kinds of positions in which he excels out of the opening, particularly with black?
And what's interesting is we've seen Ding Liren jump out to leads in the clock in the 5+1 portion. But as history has taught us, the players who tend to be really fast in the 5+1 out of the opening somehow slow down in the 3+1. And Mamedyarov has shown, I think, better skills. When it's pure mouse skills in the bullet scrambles, I think that Mamedyarov has the upper hand. So the shorter the time control, the better it should be for Mamedyarov. But don't count Ding Liren out. Like in that last game, it was getting a bit nerve-wracking for him, and yet he still was able to convert a win in a rook versus bishop ending. So I don't know who to predict as the winner in this individual segment, but all I know is we're going to have some great fun as the time control shortens, and here we go.
Indeed, it's only a 1-point match. Shakhriyar trailing by a point, and he goes for the King's Indian attack once again. We saw that happen once, and Shakhriyar didn't really get an awe-inspiring position. This time he goes d4, sort of a reverse Grunfeld type. e5, and I don't know much about this line.
Yeah, it looks really good for black because you have these two central pawns, right? Black has an extra pawn in the center, but look at how quickly that white gets to chop at those pawns. d5 is under attack by the bishop and the queen. Now the knight joins the party. If you ever push d4, then the bishop is open on g2. So that's why h6 is played, which defends d5 because bishop f6, knight f6, the queen joins in the defense. That's 3 black pieces defending the pawn to 3 white attackers. That's not enough attacking. White will need to play queen d3, rook d1, and maybe f4 at some point as well. It's a very complicated start to this game.
But I like this. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is not too risky. I mean, Shakhriyar is playing reasonable, solid, well-justified moves, but he's gotten the kind of imbalance that I think he really excels in. And he definitely has the initiative. I mean, it might very well be that he's not better. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. He might even be slightly worse, but he could still have the initiative for the time being. Let's see how Ding handles the question of his center.
So he had to play d4. The bishop on g2 is very happy about that. Knight e4 would be the move that I would play, and then try to play c3 next, or maybe f4. You have different options trying to chisel at black's pawn structure.
Indeed, knight e4 looks very natural. He also has a check on b5, but that might not work out concretely due to bishop d7 blocking the d file, and the c3 knight is going to be lost. I think he's probably calculating that, though. Bishop takes b7. Another interesting move. Wow. Spicing up the position even further. What's going on after DC?
Yeah. Castles. Oh, maybe DC. There's like queen b5.
Well, Ding doesn't bother with it. He just castles and says, go take my rook. I don't care. I'm going to have bishop h3 all day.
Oh, that looks amazing for black. I mean, you don't even need to take the rook on h1. Like oftentimes you just say my bishop in a relatively close position for the rooks, the bishops can thrive. So now the rook has gone to b8. We see a trade, and white is up a pawn. So even if the eval bar says black is slightly better, it's to be preferred, I think from a practical point of view, I like the way that Mamedyarov is playing.
For sure, but Ding has sort of maintained his composure here. c3, a move that you mentioned a while ago. Black can now take on b3 twice and get a position with opposite colored bishops. I'm not sure what to make of it. Ding goes for it. Probably some sort of a draw here is on deck, but it's hard to say which bishop is better. Queen f5, maybe?
If the pawn were on g6, then bishop d5 would be such a sweet move.
Right, because if queen takes g6.
but the pawn's on
Not
a nice protected square. Yeah, it's out there. So
now black has to be careful because this idea of going queen f5, bishop e4, white's got full domination over the light squares. And we've already seen a couple of cases where, despite the natural drawish tendencies of opposite colored bishops, the side which has square domination is often calling the shots, but maybe Ding can squeeze in e4. Yeah, this should be a draw. Rook c8.
E4 is an important move at some point, because if you allow bishop d5 and then white to start pushing the pawns, the bishop on d5 is really strong there. So e4 just tries to trade things off. He starts with rook c8 and rook a1. No, this is just a peace offering.
Bishop f1, total liquidation. And even in this position, for a second, I thought somebody resigned because I'm not used to like draws being offered at all. I just came back from the US Championship where draws were not allowed. And so, but no, draw was agreed, which is totally reasonable. And a Blumenfeld.
Well, we saw an earlier game where, I guess it wasn't in the Blumenfeld, but it was a similar dynamic. But Shakhriyar had the white pieces in that game. And so now it's reverse colors. Mamedyarov taking an approach of very tactical play, but he's so good at 3 minutes. He's more accustomed to that time control. And Ding Liren sitting and thinking in the early stages of this game too, second game in a row, where Ding has gone to the think tank first.
That's right. And he accepted the Blumenfeld, but we all know how dangerous this opening can be if white is not incredibly precise in his piece arrangement. Black is a very easy piece setup in his own right. I mean, bishop d6, bishop b7. And I like what Ding is doing here. E4 striking in the center, and maybe even E5 should be considered, trying to punish black for, clearly very flimsy play.
Yeah, E5, knight G4. I don't know the consequences because E5 pawn might be lost, but look at how many weak squares, and the king on E8 can be attacked. But knight G4 played is the move that needed to be played. And then I think knight G5 is, oh my God, what is happening?
What is it? It's a knight E5, knight E4. Whoa. Okay, knight e4 has been played, a little bit less insane. And obviously he's inviting white or black to take the pawn. Now there's a funny move here. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but knight takes e5 is possible. And after bishop takes e5, you have queen h5, and you're going to lose one of the minors here.
That's actually a nice, clever sequence. One of those situations where maybe white goes to a pawn, but black has the bishop pair, and especially this potential bishop pair with that c8 bishop going to b7, which I probably do right now, unless I'm missing something tactically speaking. It looks like the dynamic chances are nice for black.
He's taken on e5 though, which I kind of ruled out in my mind.
Yeah, I don't like this at all.
Ding going queen h5 check. Maybe he won't even bother taking the c5 pawn. That's not the prize that he has his eyes on. Instead, he goes for the complete light square domination. His king is safe. He's going to castle. Black has this incredibly weak pawn on e6. Taking on e5, Robert, I agree. I think that was a really poor decision by Shaq.
Because the material is even, but that's not what you play. When you play a gambit and then restore material equality, like right away, there's often some kind of backfiring situation. And right now you see that the black king won't find shelter. C5 is weak. E6 is weak. White is developing quite naturally. And I think this is going to be a struggle for Mamedyarov. I don't even know what he should do here.
I mean, he should probably castle, but Ding has a gazillion helpful improving moves and go rook d1.
Can you just take on c5?
You absolutely can. He goes rook e1. Yeah, I think there was no reason not to take on c5. Maybe g6.
But there's queen f3 and the a8 rook is loose.
Oh, hitting the rook on a8. Nice. Okay, Shock plays g6 anyway. Queen h3 is now very much possible. Hitting e6.
And played.
Black's position is just so riddled with weaknesses. If queen b6, white could even go a4, a5, trying to tickle black from the queen side.
This is not pleasant.
Jeez, what a disaster. And look at the time situation. Not Mamedyarov's friend either.
I honestly might just give up the e6 pawn because
I honestly might resign.
even though it costs you a pawn, that gives you flexibility for the rest of your pieces. So I feel like, you get a rook to e8 at some point. Things could be improving for black, even though the time and the material are not good. Now, this is just another Ding Liren fine performance.
Oh, get me away from here. Get me away from here. E5 opening up this bishop. The queen could even come back to h6 or queen g3. And white's just got absolute positional dominance. Queen b3 is also interesting.
I love queen g3, just attacking a pawn. I don't see how black can defend it.
We've seen Shah create chances in these kinds of positions, but right now I'm struggling to see how that's going to happen. And wait a minute, Ding really quickly kind of traded his bishop.
So does he see just that deeply here that the c5 pawn is just falling, and it's another opposite color bishop position? If
I'm starting to get a little bit skeptical, Robert. I mean, giving up that bishop, I think, should only happen if you're winning material. And like you said, that bishop slices through the queen's. I think he just underestimated this idea of bishop b7 and bishop or queen d5. And somehow Mamedyarov is kind of back from the dead here.
Yeah, there was definitely a simpler approach that didn't give black these attacking chances. And queen e6 plays.
Bishop takes e4.
Okay, but that bishop on d6 is terrible.
Some bold positional decisions are being made very quickly here, Robert. I mean, h4 now looks pretty interesting, or maybe queen back out to d5.
Maybe f4? Can you get away with that?
And if I take?
Just bishop takes? The rook's pinned on f7.
Yeah, true. But then maybe I can take on f4 and go queen d7. Okay, goes rook e1.
Okay, I was just trying to take the pawn back.
Right.
Yeah, well, I didn't have this.
He has more violent intentions than you do.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Now, is there not... I was thinking of some crazy sacks like queen takes d6. It doesn't work.
No, queen e8 check is a move, but it won't work out. So
f3 was f3 here.
F3.
Is that not possible?
F3
just wins. Bishop takes h2 is coming. This is unbelievable. And white is paying the direct price for giving up his light squared bishop.
But the eval bar, I can't read the exact number, but it doesn't look like completely winning for black.
No,
so maybe there's something that keeps white afloat here. F2 check and bishop to king h1. That's the only move I see that stops both threats at the same time.
Right. It's a slightly sad move, but Ding plays it. He has to. And now Shahryar with a decision on his hands. Does he go f2 or f takes g2? Both moves looking pretty tempting.
And the rook is hanging on d8, so don't forget about that. But queen takes queen b5, there might be queen f7 check. Or his rook takes f2 right away. Oh, this is getting a little messy.
This is getting crazy. Bishop back to f8, hitting the queen. Now simply rook e. Oh, queen d5. That's a nice move.
Love that move. Love the simplification.
Black's got a million passers here, and this is just over. That pawn can't come into d2. It's resignable. What an incredible turnaround.
I really like how Mamedyarov played that opening. Not necessarily the way he played it at every moment, but I love his choice because he is taking it to Ding in this shorter time control, saying, as you said, in those critical moments under the duress with the clock ticking down, he has shown a propensity to just find these wonderful tactics. So I think Mamedyarov is doing the right thing against Ding.
He absolutely is. And Ding, I mean, something just happened there when he took that knight on f7. I mean, there was no need to transform the position, no need to give up the bishop. And I think Ding just got a little bit impatient there, maybe got a little nervous as his time was ticking down. Whatever it was, Mamedyarov equalizes the score. That was a big win. And again, he goes for one of these super unbalanced positions. This is kind of like a gambit. I mean, if black takes on c5, black is going to be up a pawn, but white's got very significant pressure here. I've seen this a couple of times recently, actually.
So have I. It's white gives up a pawn. The queen has done all sorts of dancing for black. Right? Queen b6, queen b2, queen c3, queen c5. How many times that queen moved? I lost track. And the point is, though, that white has gained time and gained open space for the pieces. Is it fully justified? I'm not sure.
Probably not.
I kind of like having the extra pawn, but maybe there's more than meets the eye, at least my eyes, all four of them initially, because it seems that black should be solid, given that the pawn structure is sound. Casting kingside doesn't look risky at all for black. The light square bishop won't get out. That's not easy for black to accomplish. But other than that, I think that it's an extra pawn.
It absolutely is. And Shahryar taking a very long think here. C takes d5 is what he decides on. And Ding taking back with a pawn, which I thought maybe queen takes d5 was possible as well. And yeah, a lot of possibilities here for white. He can go bishop d4. He can castle. He can even go something like knight d4. God, these positions are it's so hard to make heads or tails of these positions, particularly in a 3-minute game. He goes knight d4, and I think his idea is that if black castles, he wants to take and go rook c1.
Yes.
Although that obviously comes with certain risks, giving up the light squared bishop. But concretely, I think that works out. So maybe Ding should take this opportunity to go bishop d7. I'm not sure. His queen could get trapped, though.
Well, that would be something if the queen on c5 was trapped there because there's no d6, and the rook on b1 makes queen b6 difficult. There is the a3 square. I think there's just enough squares for the black queen.
True.
He castles instead of bishop d7.
Right, and Mamedyarov playing flexibly here, rook c1. Now, white has a choice of which piece to capture on c6 with. I don't know.
What you said, take with the bishop. And
bishop
then
takes and knight takes, yeah. And if bishop a6, you have to be very careful about rook c3, disattaching the queen from the bishop. That is a big threat here.
This just looks now great for white. I was
eating
my words. I was like, oh, black up a pawn looks good. And now I'm like, oh, this looks terrible. What was black thinking getting into this opening?
What about bishop g4?
Bishop g4.
Oh, that might lose a piece. Knight takes c7. Look at this. And bishop takes f6.
Oh, that's
slicing through a black's position.
That's a problem. There is queen e6 there, but I guess you have f3, and then, you're going to win a piece. So,
okay, so rook e8 defending the bishop, which makes sense in the context of the threat.
But now white can't castle very easily.
I don't know if I like rook c3 there. I feel like you rushed that just a little bit.
Yeah, because you just lost the opportunity to castle. So what do you even do as white right now? Because you don't want to take on e7, just allow rook takes e7, because the queen protects the knight on f6. No doubled f pawns for
exactly.
The queen is saving the day.
No soup for you. Now, queen e2 is often the problem solver in such situations, but not here. I mean, black could even trade queens. Black could take on a2. It's incredibly flimsy. I think Shaq is seriously regretting going rook c3. That kind of did black's bidding for him by sending the queen back to a6, where it prevents castling.
And he goes queen c1, which does threaten knight takes e7, followed by bishop takes f6, because the queen on a6 is needed to defend the bishop on c8. So there are some things that need to be worked out from black's perspective here. I was thinking bishop f8, but then bishop takes f6 does worry me. So he played it.
It does not worry Ding Liren, though.
I'm just going to take credit for it. I said bishop f8, right? There was no hesitation.
Yeah, I didn't know. There was nothing after that.
You
said bishop f8?
Exactly. That's all that was said. Bishop f8.
I didn't hear anything after that. Yeah.
It is fascinating, though, because there's doubled isolated f-pawns, but the problem is that white's king is stuck in the center because the queen on a6 can't castle through check. You're pointing bishop b4. It looks like a great move now.
Ding just so much more patient than I am, though. He goes bishop d7, rook c8, he accumulates. I mean, he just makes all the improving moves first. Queen takes a2. Nothing wrong with just snagging a little pawnski there. But now he goes bishop b4.
And just rook takes c8.
White's hanging by a thread, and maybe not even by a thread. Now this is over.
You lose a piece. Queen b2, bishop c3. And here
rook
queen takes
c2.
a2.
Or maybe take on d2 first and then go rook c2. It doesn't matter. It's resigns.
Wow.
What a win for Ding.
So I knew black was doing well from the very beginning. The opening, I thought that black was solid and strong, and that played out.
Gosh, this has been such a close match. Back and forth they go. And another Blumenfeld. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's a pretty good strategy to adhere to. This time, bishop g5 by Ding. Different way of trying to neutralize the Blumenfeld. He declines it. He doesn't take the pawn on b5. In fact, he sacrifices a pawn of his own, potentially. Knight b5. Wow. Very unusual.
If I'm not mistaken, when I made my final IM norm, this was the opening that I played from the white side.
Against? It wasn't against Chakra Mamedyarov, was it?
No, it wasn't. But I'm trying to remember now what the person's name was. But either way, it's a very rich opening where look at white's center, c4, d5, e4, all looks good. Black has the bishop pair, but because white controls a lot of the space, the knight on b5 is active, the knight on a6 is just a defensive piece. It's just a bit uncomfortable here to deal with, and that's why g5 was played. That's fianchetto the bishop. Oh, not so fast. Knight d6 check might be an issue. So it's
wait. He just e5. This looks way too loosey goosey.
Knight d6 check first. Oh, I
King
don't know if it
F8.
matters. E5 and bishop
Queen
D3.
E7. Queen A4 is coming. I mean, this is terrible. I mean, you could just put black in a sarcophagus if you want with knight takes E8 and D6. Some combination of these moves has to be winning. The eval bar concurs.
No, this is.
And I think Ding senses that Mamedyarov has completely misplayed this opening.
I'm worried that Mamedyarov might tilt.
Yeah, this game kind of smells like a little bit of tilt. Now, he's not totally lost yet. And we've seen him climb back from these kinds of positions.
It just looks
Knight
so
D6,
bad.
Bishop D3, very calm move. And I think what he's doing is he's inviting Mamedyarov to castle, in which case he's going to build up a little battery here. And let's see, Mamedyarov does castle.
So many options.
Maybe.
Queen E2, instead of dropping the bishop back, because Queen E4 is even more menacing, threatening Queen E7 checkmate, and D takes E6, the rook on A8's loose. This is...
What about F5, though?
Right now?
What about F5? Yeah. What about F5?
Might just be a good choice. Did they kind of play G4 after F5?
Yeah, I mean, everything is terrible here, but I'm just trying to buy myself some time and get my knight back to C7. And, that's how these recoveries are made.
That's true.
I'm just trying to hype him up.
If you stop some ideas, right, you may allow others, but it makes White's life much more difficult. So F5, I think you have to play. Otherwise, you're just going to get crushed.
Although you can meet Queen E4 with F5, I suppose, but
so maybe F6,
even more miserable. F6.
No,
I like it
because of your point, right? Like F5, you could take en passant regardless. So F6, E takes F6 is just a transposition there, and there's no G4 at least for White to like immediately challenge all of the eval bars.
Rook B8. He's just not concerned in the lead. I'm just gonna make a proving move on the queen side.
He was concerned about Queen E4 down, yeah. So he doesn't want his rook to be hanging in the corner.
Oh, so Queen E4. Now he wants to play F5. And Ding, something. Oh wow, he castles himself. Okay.
Oh, and can you just put knight takes A7 instead of castling?
Just snag a pawn and then come back to B5 like a goon. Yeah, absolutely.
It's just a hanging pawn.
Yeah. No, they don't just lie by the side of the road.
Cannot fault him for castling. Very nice move. Good idea.
That's a very Ding Liren move. Just eliminating any risk that could be associated with the king being in the center. And you know what is terrible about Black's position is that when your position is horrible, both tactically and positionally, that's when it's time to get concerned. Like when your opponent has both positional dominance and an attack, that's when you got to start praying.
You can't take.
You can't even. Queen. Oh my god!
So you take with the rook, Queen H7 check.
Oy. Now the evo bar is not showing as overwhelming of an advantage as I would imagine here.
Oh come on! This has to be complete.
This has to be totally winning. A knight D6, Queen E7, maybe Queen E7, holding on by.
Wait, no,
the harem by chin.
I thought there was a rook on D1, but there's not.
He's taken on D5, and knight F5 looks really strong.
Knight F5 wins at least an exchange, right?
Yeah, but I guess rook takes F5, bishop takes F5, and somehow Black is still in the game. DC4, and Black gets that pawn phalanx on the queen side. Look, if Black can stabilize the situation somehow on the king side, he's going to have quite a few passed pawns there on the other side of the board.
That's true, because Queen F5, Queen F6, you do not want to trade queens, even though White is technically ahead material. The bishop on G7 is a powerhouse.
That's right. Yeah, so bishop takes F5 looks like the most natural, but now I think Mamedyarov should capture on C4. He does.
Yeah.
He won. Of course, it should be lost. But D6, I guess, nah.
I think it's hard to see the knockout, right? We're looking at this position. The eval bar is really high. The players don't have access to that, so they're trying to figure it out. But if I'm Mamedyarov, I'm like, well, this looks better than it was before. I have some long-term chances with the phalanx of pawns there, C5, C4, B4. If the queens could magically disappear, then Black has serious chances.
Right. Now there are some crazy ideas with bishop takes C8, queen takes C8, and rook E7 maybe.
Ooh.
Ding playing a very patient move. But is it too slow? This allows Mamedyarov to bring his queen in, but Ding going back to D7. Maybe Mamedyarov should go back to D8.
I like queen d8. Yeah, that's the big difference, though, by having the bishops being traded. That queen f5, queen f6, which is what black wanted. At least the queen could.
Oh my god, he repeats.
What?
I mean, I guess queen g4 there, maybe queen c6. That is shocking, and he repeated quickly too. He didn't really take his time. Looked like he was just scared of black's pawns. What an insane comeback. How did Mamedyarov save that, Robert? That was crazy.
He just stayed afloat. I mean, there was no clear path to victory for white. And that is surprising, though, because Ding Liren had a great position. I'm sure he knew it. But at that specific moment, I get why he would make that draw, because it was starting to look shaky. He didn't have a clear-cut way to break through, to attack the king. And if he can't attack the king, then he was the one in trouble based on all those pawns on the queen side.
That does make sense. And one of the ways in which this match is similar to yesterday's match between Giri and Duda is that, to my knowledge, neither side has led by 2 points, by more than 1 point. And that's the ultimate sign of a close match, where neither side can gain any separation.
That's correct.
Important for Mamedyarov not to lose this game, I think.
Well, he's playing these openings that I don't love. This sort of like Benoni style position for white. The Benoni is not good for black, and there's a reason for it. The structure isn't good, not just like the tempo. This is like one of these situations where knight takes e5, they go knight d7, and then reroute the knight to c5, and
e5, knight c5. Black's play is very, very straightforward here, and I've seen some games where white just loses this in like 5 moves, like e5, knight c5, bishop f5, and white's position kind of collapses.
And here you can start with knight c5 because knight d3 is such a big threat, and then you play e5 next, and the position bishop f5 to follow.
Yeah, d3, and here comes e5, I think. I guess b4.
But the problem is b4, knight a6, you have to play b5, otherwise you lose a pawn.
Oh, God. And then the knight just comes back to c5, and you're even worse off than you started with as white.
Right, because a6, like black can just open the queen side at some point, and no, this is not good.
Shock needs some sort of a creative defense. Maybe knight c2, bishop f5, knight b4, but then black's going to play a5. I just don't see it.
I think you often have to resort to playing bishop f1 when bishop f5 is played, but that's your best piece. Bishop on the long diagonal. And that's the thing about this knight on c5. It defends b7, so your bishop is free to move from c8.
Yeah, and I think when you have a good knowledge of some of these openings, there's these moves that are kind of bellwethers. Like if you have to make this move, it almost always means the opening has gone wrong. And in the Benoni, I think the sort of the bellwether move is bishop f1 or bishop f8. If you have to do that, that almost certainly means that none of your active plans have come to fruition. Now, that's not to suggest that white is losing or anywhere near losing. Ding still has to finesse this to a victory, but this is not what Mamedyarov had signed up for.
And Ding just so solid. b6, strengthening the knight on c5. It also allows for take a 3 pawn on a5, a4 at some moment.
Look at that knight on c2.
If that knight could go to d5, right? If you could get just a free turn, hey, come on, Ding, please don't take me. I'm just going to play knight b4, knight e3. My knight
I come in peace. I come in peace. I'm not really trying to do anything. You don't have to always take free pieces. Come on, queen f3.
No, this knight f2 is completely dominated, right? There's the pawn 3 squares away. There's a pawn d4 for good measure, taking away e3, and g6 allows bishop h6 at some point, because the bishop on its current diagonal staring into its pawn, bishop h6 eventually is an open diagonal to work with.
Now white can finally drag this knight to an outpost, and he does. The b5 square, though, is not necessarily the greatest outpost in the world, but at least it's something, and at least the knight isn't dangling under his feet. But rook b6, swinging the rook along the 6th rank and potentially preparing e4. I don't know. I didn't like
a5.
I didn't either. There was no need to give away that square.
But I do like h5. So I didn't like the queen side pawn thrust. Now I like the king side one, because it gives you attacking chances. You can play bishop g4. Now you can play g5 after bishop h6, and the rook on b6 perfectly placed to go to g6 in the near future.
And Mamedyarov deciding to withdraw the queen back to d1. I like that move. The eval bar didn't, though. And I guess Ding should very much consider some sort of crazy g5 move. Because White's king could end up in huge trouble. I mean, White's pieces are all very passive.
Queen takes h5. There's bishop g4.
Bishop g4. Goodbye, queen. Oh, but isn't there bishop h3? He's played g5, by the way. I guess takes hg, and then you can leave the bishop on h6. We'll cross that bridge if we get there. He's taken on g5. And is Mamedyarov really going to take this pawn?
Yes, because it looks worse if you don't. Okay, he did, but...
It does look worse if you don't, because Ding is going to play h4 at some point, swing the rook to g6.
Yeah, I would start with rook g6 now. I don't want to trade on e4 because that brings a rook up. Unless he has
I guess he wants f5.
Same page. It's like there's no reason to bring the rook up unless f5 is the move you want to play, and he does. And h4.
Very concrete approach to the position. Yeah, this is looking destructive.
The knight got to b5. That's the only active piece White has. The only one, and it's not doing anything.
This reminds me of this game that I often show my students, Burmakin against Carlsen. It was a young Magnus game where Magnus does something similar. He creates a weakness on this precise square, and Burmakin spends 4 moves excitedly getting his knight to that square. And the point I'm trying to make is that even when you get your knight to the outpost, it's not actually doing there. So an outpost is not a guarantee that a piece actually fulfills a role.
Agreed. And we talked about that before. Actually,
does fulfill a role.
Well, no, but the knight on d5 in the previous one of the earlier games we were talking about, like it looks so aesthetically pleasing, but then it just kind of sits there. That knight on b5 can't go anywhere useful. Now black's up in exchange. Now the rook's swinging to attack the king. E takes f4. If queen f4, there's rook f6 or rook f8, and now queen h3. Just bring your queen in and deliver a checkmate. This is just
rook g. I'm trying to calculate rook g2, but probably no need for that.
Rook g2, I think also, wow, that's a really nice move.
But I wasn't sure that it was working. He goes queen h3, and as long as the king can hide on h7, what a move. That's a good attempt right there.
I love
That's a good attempt right there. You have to try it. It's not dirty. I mean, maybe it is a little dirty, but you got to try it. How many times have we seen people just sort of automatically move the king in such situations?
No, but that's a good sign for Mamedyarov that he played that move. I know it may seem like a joke and trolling, and this is the halfway point, so they're going to take a break. But I actually really like that he's doing that because it shows that he's willing to do whatever it takes to win a game of chess. And his play has not always been convincing. I mean, we know what Mamedyarov is capable of. He was the #2 player in the world. He was the person who broke Magnus Carlsen's unbeaten streak. He is so darn phenomenal when he is in shape. But right now, it doesn't feel like we're getting the Mamedyarov that we've become accustomed to. And so just the fact that he's willing to maybe look a little silly by playing queen d7 check, it just shows that he's going to do whatever he has to stay in this match.
Look, we've seen flashes of brilliance, but not to keep harping on the opening choice, but Ding has just done a better job in the opening. He's played more solid chess, and I think he's built the first 2-point lead of this match. So in the second half of the 3-minute portion, Shakhriyar has a pretty tall task ahead of him. He can't let this get out of hand. Ding is clearly in good form, and on the other side of this break, we are going to see if the sort of Shakhriyar that beats Magnus Carlsen is going to make an appearance, or if Ding is going to continue his solid and masterful play.
Can't wait to find out. We'll be back soon.
Jan has an aggressive, intuitive style. He has a good feeling for chess, especially when he plays with initiative, and he likes to put pressure on his opponents. He's just overall confident and full of ideas. He can play extremely well in it, and if he comes at his very best, then maybe he can play better than Magnus.
And we are back, Danya. It is a close match, even though Ding Liren has built a 2-point lead. I think that Mamedyarov has plenty of chances left, the bullet portion in particular. But I have to say, I've been very impressed with the way Ding Liren has played. Like, he's been controlled. He's made a draw by repetition in a position that the eval bar was saying he was still in a better shape. So I just feel like he's been controlled, and that's playing to his benefit against somebody who has a wild style like Mamedyarov.
I think you hit the nail on the head. And I think that, one could argue that Ding is not going to win any brilliancy prizes for any games he's played thus far, but that's not the point of the match. The point of the match is to win. And he's exploited a lot of the opportunities that Shak has given him. He's played really well in the opening. And this is a really big game, Robert, because Ding has the white pieces. If he can win another one and get this lead up to 3, that's when things start getting pretty concerning. That's when you start thinking about, pulling away. So in my view, this is a turning point game right here.
And we see a pretty calm opening. The move bishop to b2, the bishops for white out and active. And it's such a weird opening, Daniel, because black looks like he's like 4 tempi down. And yet it's not that bad usually for black.
No, but I'm a little surprised at b6. Generally, black plays b5 in these types of positions, but I know very little about, Queen's Gambit accepted structures. There's sacrifices also that kind of are hanging in the air on e6. Probably not yet, but if black plays b5, I would very seriously contemplate bishop takes c6.
Yeah, if you're going to force my hand,
or
hey, I want to do that anyway.
Or bishop e2, bishop f3. And if you get rid of black's light squared bishop, then all these weak squares along the long diagonal could come back to bite black.
I agree. And Mamedyarov is now thinking. He is just under Ding Liren's time. Plenty of time left in this game, but still, it makes me a little nervous for him that he spent 30 seconds and played bishop e7. Like he's sensing that there are tactics. Bishop takes e6, for example, is going to be something he needs to look out for a large portion. But there's queen d5 in the end of a lot of these variations. Bishop e6 takes, knight takes e6 with a fork, but queen d5 threatens the knight, threatens checkmate. You don't get that rook on f8.
That's a great point. And so for that reason, I was considering the purely positional idea of getting the bishop to f3 on your own volition. And he does just that. Mamedyarov instantly responds with knight d5, but still bishop f3 creates quite a bit of pressure down this long diagonal. Black can do the same thing, but obviously it's not quite as effective because white's got that development advantage and he can use it to neutralize kind of black's side of the bargain here. This is very unpleasant for black, very unpleasant, because if knight d7, that runs into knight c6, you're kind of paralyzed here. And here's our favorite mover, Shakhriyar's favorite mover, k7 again. Didn't turn out well the first time, Robert.
No, it did not. And I think he wants to like I actually don't know what he wants. Bishop a8 doesn't change anything or solve anything. So he's protecting his bishop so his knight can move, and the knight doesn't want to move anywhere from d5. That's the place it wants to be. So maybe you just play knight d7, but knight c6 is going to be an unpleasant ending. Like down the line, like if the queens get traded, having all the control over the c file and those squares, just
b5. I mean, maybe he wants the b6 square for the queen. Bishop a8, he's sort of shuffling his pieces back and forth. His position is already hanging by a thread. I mean, without this knight on d5, the game would be over. So he better keep that knight firmly ensconced on the outpost. Gosh, white's position is brimming with life. It's like a bustling Venetian bazaar, it's like bishop on b2 and knights in the center. And black's position is like a, I don't know, like a abandoned strip mall somewhere.
It's not good. It looks awkward. He did stop a knight from coming to c6, right? He's overprotected the square, so knight d7 next is possible, and probably should be played right now. But he played h6 instead.
Yeah, I know there are no bazaars in Venice, so point taken.
Are there zero?
I'm sure there has been a Venetian Bazaar in the history.
So
of
there it goes. Just don't let anybody take away your great
exactly.
references.
Now Queen H5. Sorry.
No. Why are you apologizing? I'm listening to you.
I feel like Ding might be sinking under the weight of just the sheer amount of tempting continuations he has, because imperceptibly he's gone under a minute.
So Queen G4 threatens all sorts of checkmates as well.
Then Bishop F8. Where is mate?
There has to be something there, right?
Some sort of knight takes C6, knight F6. But
Just,
as commentators, we can just throw out a bunch of sacrifices. Unfortunately for Ding, he has to actually calculate them.
and finally, Mamedyarov's knight has made its way to D7.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Is there not knight C6 here? Bishop takes C6, bishop D4.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's really
boom,
beautiful.
boom, boom. And if the queen moves, your queen's overloaded.
But this queen B7.
Bishop takes A7.
Oh, there's no I was trying to move my knight from D5.
You're trying to move your knight. But I could always sack on C6 if need be. I think he's calculating knight C6, and I think he's going to play it in about 2, 1, now.
Uh-oh. He's down 15 seconds. Or even if he's got winning material.
Knight F3. No, I thought knight C6.
He goes back. Maybe there was something that scared him off there, but either way, you can't afford to be down a minute against Mamedyarov.
No. This is Shak's chance to turn this game around.
And he's
or at the very, very least, hold a draw.
I think that if white isn't careful, black could end up being on the better side of this. So rook c8, good. And a large reason why, Danya, is knight b4 will hit the a2 pawn, right? White's pawn structure is a little bit more vulnerable to the pieces immediately than black's is, because the a6 pawn's hard to get to.
The Venetian Bazaar has closed down, and now we've just got a pretty colorless endgame. By the way, that's another thing I've noticed Ding, I think, does really well. He senses when the game is starting to slip from his grasp, particularly when he's in time pressure, and he essentially forces simplifications. Like, he understands very well of when to press and how to not overpress. And that served him well in this match.
It really has. And right now the knight on d5 is pinned. Ding at 11 seconds. Still plenty of time if you can find the quick moves. And Mamedyarov just saying, let's trade off some stuff. And okay, actually, this could be dangerous for black. You need to be very careful.
That pawn is a pretty much a long-term weakness, whereas the pawn on b3 is very safely protected by the knight. If only black had a light squared bishop to put on d5. Unfortunately, he doesn't. And ooh, more weaknesses on the king side now.
Yeah,
F4.
Very good move.
Carving out squares. E4. Now E5 is a weakness, and this knight from C2 could entrench itself on one of those central squares.
Well,
this is an endgame master at play here, Robert.
Yeah, he's exceptional. And E5 is defended, so knight B5 played. And is there knight C3? So if we trade, king D5.
Yeah, knight C5.
Oh, he had knight
still
C5.
Knight C5. Still knight C5. I think black is fine.
But yeah, knight takes E5, knight takes E4,
knight D3. Bishop E7.
Is it like
this should be a draw?
I won't go knight F4, knight E2, but then I'm not even threatening your C3 pawn. Wait, what?
Knight takes G3.
What was H5?
H5. He pushed the wrong pawn.
Okay, bishop.
Completely mishandling this, and he's going to lose on time if he's not careful. Bishop G5.
I'm looking at the H pawn, Danya. So the bishop is the wrong color. Just keep that in mind in case white needs to sacrifice a knight for the G pawn to make a draw at some point.
Which is likely, and white's B pawn is rushing up the board so fast. I moved Ding. Oh no, another flag.
This is the third time we've seen someone losing the clock.
I told you at the start, I don't get it. I mean, you have to force yourself to move, and these players know that. And maybe it's a connection thing.
It could be.
Man, oh man, that is a lot.
I'm wondering what's about to happen in the bullet. Let me quickly check while you talk about this game. I'm looking to see how many bullet games Ding Liren has played on Chess.com, because it's not many. It's you want to guess how many bullet games he's played?
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna say 45.
30.
Okay, that was close.
Yeah, that was.
And that is
close.
not a lot. That is not a lot.
So I'm starting to get nervous for him based on how he's handled the time pressure. He really has been just too slow.
He also just, I think I'm seeing the dreaded red bar on his connection. Let's check his camera.
Uh-oh.
His camera is still alive. So it seems that he's gotten booted out of the server, and you can tell he's got 2 minutes now on move 4.
Yeah, hopefully he gets that fixed soon. I'm sure the team will work hard to get him back there, but he is
There we go.
there he is.
Looks like he's
Okay.
back.
Phew.
Yeah, that's always a relief when, well, what's not a relief is that he's now a minute down on move 4, and we have another Ragozin.
You know,
Ding is still up a point.
Yeah, no, he is.
Sorry,
Also,
you were saying?
I was saying Ding was involved with like the ultimate that sportsmanship thing when he and Magnus played, right? Where Magnus won a game in one of the Champions Chess Tour matches, and then he like gave away the second game because he won by, I don't know if it was disconnection or whatever it was. So Ding Liren has a unfortunate history of being in some situations that maybe the connection issues play a part.
Yeah, and maybe I passed on my issues to him because the Bay Area had a big internet outage just this past night. So I guess it transferred to Ding's side of the world.
Well, right now he's even on the clock, so I don't know what just happened with Mamedyarov because we're on move 7. Like, was he just saying, I shouldn't be up on time? That's not how I want to gain my lead on the clock. But either way, we're back into a familiar position that we saw.
That was very sport. That was a sportsman move right there by Shak. He did not. He wasn't actually thinking. He was sitting there to give away back the time advantage. That was a nice gesture right there.
And I was just referencing what Magnus did, and Shakir Mamedyarov proving himself to just be a good guy, right? Like that is. This reminds me of David Navarra, who is just a legendary chess player. But you know the incident I'm talking about where he like in a time scramble, he like accidentally grazed a piece, and he felt bad about it. So at the end of the game, he offered a draw in a winning position against Grandmaster Moisenko, and that was like applauded across the world. And it's great to see players who are they want to win the match, but they also want to win over the board and not because of a disconnection or anything. So really nicely done by Mamedyarov there.
I agree. And that kind of stuff just brings you to tears. And I think it's easy to be nice with your gestures and to, shake your opponent's hands and congratulate him on a good game when you've won. What's hard to do is something that actually affects the result of the game. When push comes to shove, these kinds of gestures that really alter potentially the result of the game, that I think really shows the true colors of these players. And I think almost without exception, Robert, all of the top players, they're fierce competitors, they're tigers, they're gladiators, but they're also great, amazing, gentlemen and sportsmen. And that just adds a magic element to the game, in my opinion.
Well, some of them are, at least.
some of them. Yeah. I guess I was a little too generous there, but yeah, let's say some of them.
well, hopefully neither.
Not this Hess guy.
No, definitely not. But you said top player, so I was just waiting for you to insult my chess, so I'll do it to myself. So here.
Wait, did I just accidentally compliment you by calling you top player?
You did. So I just.
Oh man,
I took it away. Don't worry. But here, this end game where White has these double pawns, the potential good news is the open B file. Maybe there's some pressure, but I could see White losing this game. Like those A pawns are quite vulnerable, and King B5 is next.
Maybe Shakir regretting. He's like, wait, actually, Ding, could you give me some of that time back? I changed my mind.
Bishop C6 here, right? Like
Bishop C6. Rook C1 check, maybe?
King B5.
Pushing the,
you made me blunder. You got me to blunder.
Bishop C6 played.
What were you saying about top player and my name? Yeah, no. I just don't play King B5.
Nothing. Yeah. Ding does not. We might see a repetition of moves here. King E7, no, he's playing for it.
He should. No, he can't lose his black unless he blunders his rook like I did, so he might as well play for win.
Well, the thing is that if you take on C6, you give black a pass pawn. So right. Shakir insisting on trading on his own terms, as does Ding. He says, let's trade rooks because nope.
King D6?
Wait a minute. What if you take on C6?
I was thinking you could have like King D6 to the Rook D3 and just protected the B7 pawn. I want to keep my queenside pawns from Black's perspective and then have Mamedyarov deal with his double A
totally.
pawns.
Totally get what you're saying. Now A6 takes and b6. I can't quite find the way for white to force a draw. He goes h4.
Okay.
The idea is that now king d6.
Oh gosh.
This is looking nastier and nastier for white. This might just be losing.
So he's trying to just checking over rook b1 back and forth. So king c7, king b8. Hide your king.
Very nice. And look at how weak those pawns are. He wants to gain one more second here and then go king b8. King d8.
Oh,
Careful.
He's trying to gain the time.
King b8.
There it is.
That was close to a 3-time repetition. Now, can white get away with a4?
A4, rook d5.
A6.
Then b6 maybe. Can I
Agreed.
do that and just win one of your pawns?
Then maybe rook c4. Okay, goes rook c4 immediately. What does he want?
Because rook f4, f5 does not work out. Black wins 2 clean pawns.
Yeah, if you lose the second one, black's going to have connected passers, and that basically spells doom.
This is lost. Like the only way to defend the pawn is rook c5, and then I go rook d3, rook d5, or something like that, or a6, rook d3, rook b5. Like I don't think you can actually protect that pawn. You could also probably just play b6 right away after rook c5, and then venture slowly forward.
Wait, can you try h5, g5, rook takes g5?
No,
I'm crazy. h6, rook d3, rook d8. But I feel like he's going for it, but
the idea is a really good one to keep in mind, but it just doesn't work out for white in the moment.
Yeah, he's going for h8. That's a creative way to win the pawn, but it's not going to be fast enough, I think. Wait a minute, g4? Was that necessary, Robert?
I don't think so. He should have went b5, b4, and so on, but he wants to play rook h, like rook h8, h6, black will play rook h5. So the rook is doing a good job in the 5th rank.
But now rook h8, and what white is going to do is use that h-pawn as a decoy and try to win at least one of black's passers on the queen side. I think Chakra might be saving this.
Oh,
h7?
h7, king f6.
Okay.
So takes, king f6.
And rook h5 is going to defend the pawn.
I don't like the f2 pawn. The pawn g4 is so good for black.
e4. Okay, now.
So rook
e5 and then king f5 maybe?
But king f5, you want to give the f7 pawn?
No, honestly, I blundered it.
I appreciate your honesty. I blundered so many times today, so I got you. I like this though, rook b8, so that way you can go rook g8 at some point. But rook g8, he's like, take my g pawn, then my b pawn is free.
But also the question, what if white just does nothing here? In 2 seconds, Mamedyarov has to make a move, rook b6.
Mm-hmm.
Black is, I think, going to give up the f7 pawn at one point. He's just going to go king c6 here
king c6.
And go for it.
Yeah, I know, he's winning.
Oh, whoa.
Is he just repeating moves or something?
No way. You have to try king c6. There's no risk there. Unbelievable.
Okay, we talked about Mamedyarov being a nice guy because he gave the time back. Ding Liren was too nice there to make a repetition.
King c6, give up f7, push the b pawn. Mamedyarov with 2 seconds. That's essentially indefensible.
No, and it's one of those moments, we say it a lot, where it's pawn quality versus quantity. Yeah, black started up a pawn, but who cares if the material equalizes if that b pawn can roam free? So that was a missed chance for Ding Liren, and I think he'll regret that because that would have give more separation on the scoreboard, and now Mamedyarov should feel much more confident.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where, you mount a 10-minute drive, you convert some 4th downs, and then, you kick a field goal rather than going for the 4th and 1. It's like, you gotta press that gas pedal down. Now, obviously, Ding knows best. He's up a point. On the other hand, maybe he was worried about something, and I think he's putting faith in the bullet, which I'm so excited for the bullet because it's a complete toss-up. I wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if they're excited for the bullet, the players, but I am as well. And by the way,
sure they're excited for the bullet.
This just looks like another pleasant knight d2 going to c4. This looks like another pleasant advantage for Ding Liren.
Yeah, and if you go b5, then you weaken the c5 square. So there's just no winning here with black. You're going to weaken one square, one way or another. Now, Ding just loves these positions. He's so good at getting them. He's very consistently getting these types of positions with the white pieces, whether it's in a Catalan, in a Rogozin, in a Queen's Gambit accepted. Shak is just not quite able to get his type of positions.
I think what I like best about Ding Liren's play is he makes it seem so effortless. Like every time I watch him out of the opening, it's like, wow, how do I get that advantage? And it's not just because people are making mistakes against him. It's because he just has such a deep understanding, and he's so calm with his moves. And it is insanely impressive. So right now is a critical moment, I think, because the b6 pawn is a little soft. So if you can dislodge that bishop from c5, maybe an a3, b4, maybe you can play b4 right away and just like give up your b pawn for the enemy b pawn. But I feel like Mamedyarov he's found his way through the opening struggle.
Right. And in terms of the notion of making things look easy, right? It's a cliche in a lot of sports, including in chess. What constitutes, what does it mean for somebody to make something look easy? Well, I think in chess, it means somebody who makes seemingly simple moves, doesn't do anything extraordinary, doesn't sacrifice any queens, and yet, crushes strong players regularly and quickly. And Ding Liren is doing exactly that here. But as you said, where that comes from is a very, very deep understanding of positional ideas. And rook a7.
Yeah, no, look what he just did. He kind of lulled us into the sense of, I'm just going to play calm, you're saying deep positional ideas, and bam, he goes for a tactical shot with b4 because b6 is hanging. So at the very least, you can make the material equal again. But rook a7, how does Black even respond to rook a7?
He's gone for knight takes b6, which is not a draw because Black still has to be very careful. That knight on f6 is flimsy, rook c7 is threatened. But what if knight d5? Does White actually have anything there? Or has Ding? Wait a second. Here?
I'm actually very surprised he didn't play rook a7.
Oh, no. I thought bishop takes d5, rook c7, rook d7. There's some trick with bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Yeah.
Yeah, it is really weird because rook a7 just looked relatively risk-free.
And now it just looks even.
Takes, and
so we're seeing all this. He'll go for bishop f6 check after rook d7 and hope the king goes to the back rank and gets mated, but it won't.
And another opportunity, which I wouldn't say was a blown opportunity. I wouldn't say that Ding was winning, but that was a phenomenal opening that didn't really materialize into anything.
Kind of a strange question, Danya, but is there any chance that Black gets in some trouble here? Because the king is stuck on f8. Like, I play f3 here as White. Don't get back rank. Oh, there's no rook a1 check anyway.
Yeah, I thought rook a1, bishop e1 is mate, but no, a1 is defended.
So he plays h4. And is there opportunity here for White just to press on with a free hand? Like, if you go g4 next for White, Black is not taking on g4. That's how you lose this game.
Right, allowing White to create a passer with h5. Yeah, Shakir are trying to dislodge that rook from the 7th rank, but the key is to dislodge the bishop from f6. So maybe you go bishop d8 here.
Yeah, the bishop a5 was a really good move. And we've seen Ding Liren play bishop d8 in that other position a couple times. Bishop d8 is where it's at.
I think there might be a draw for here that probably accompanied this move. Or maybe not. Maybe White is still playing it for a win.
Or if I'm Mamedyarov, maybe I play on just to waste match clock to get to the bullet.
Yeah, that's an interesting strategy because you're losing the match, but if you put faith in your bullet skills...
Danya, sorry to interrupt you.
No, please do.
There's some potential for White to win this game if Black isn't careful. Like, Black is very passive and all those pawns are in light squares, which means that White's bishop can attack them.
And Ding is trying to get his king to d6. King e7 was an important move. Now, do you take on f6 or do you play bishop d3 and try to induce f5?
I would play bishop d3.
How does Mamedyarov set up his defense?
Well, it's a light square bishop and h8's a dark square, so I think there's no winning chances.
Yeah. And also, you're not even going to win any pawns.
Yeah.
I mean, even e5 should be a draw.
And he plays it. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off before. I just thought
no.
Suddenly it could get exciting. But what would you say, though? If you were Mamedyarov's coach or Ding Liren's coach, but what would you say about the possibility of hanging the bullet? Would you like play these positions out? Or is that a weird mindset to have when, regular game of chess, you just offer a draw?
No, not at all. I think you need to optimize your chances. And I don't think even Mamedyarov knows exactly what Ding Liren's bullet skill is. But given Ding's relative lack of experience, and Mamedyarov has played a lot of bullet recently, he started to stream. I've seen him play a lot of bullet matches. I think he's probably going to be more experienced and more confident. There's nothing wrong with bleeding out as much clock as you can. And I think that's exactly what he's doing, because king takes h5 is an immediate draw. And you can see that he's waiting as much as possible. And now he's going to take on f3. And he's going to bleed as much clock as possible before doing that.
He answered the question for us, so how nice of him. But what I will say is yesterday's match, which you had the call for and I was watching, before the match, JKD was the huge favorite come bullet time. And yet Anish Giri took him by storm, like just beat him. And that was impressive and surprising to even Anish, right? So you're correct. I think that Mamedyarov is the favorite, but you should not underestimate Ding Liren. The guy is 27.99 in classical chess for a reason, and a great blitz player. We should add that on top, and rapid and all-time controls. Magnus Carlsen didn't lose a tiebreaker until he lost to Ding Liren in tie breaks.
And what's more is that if he manages to get these types of positions with white, then defending like a nasty Catalan or a bad, Queen's Gambit accepted endgame in a bullet game is one of the nastiest situations you can be in. I mean, it's almost impossible. So yeah, no, I'm absolutely not burying him. And it's, I can see this going in any direction.
Although the way the trajectory of the games that we've seen thus far, where they start very calmly and then explode, I think in bullet that's favorable for the more tactical players, because squeeze precisely, it's hard to make that work in bullet, but blundering a tactic happens all the time. So I'm that dynamic, the difference in style will be interesting as well. And here, by the way, Mamedyarov's position, I sort of like the look of it with H4. Oh my gosh.
That is spicy right there. And he didn't even think about taking that knight and allowing the opening of the A file rather.
He believed him, and he should believe him, but I would also believe Ding Liren. The guy doesn't just sack pieces for no reason. They're not speculative sacrifices coming.
Yeah, when he sacrifices, it's for very, very good reason. And Queen F6 now hitting F3. All of a sudden, Bishop F5 is coming in, and White's king might be the one caught in the crosshairs.
Yeah, if your move is Queen to B1 after Knight to B4, you're in some trouble.
Maybe this is the time to take the knight, although I don't think so, because after AB, the queen can swing to C6. Mamedyarov going knight E4.
Queen C6.
This is looking. Queen C6 looks juicy. That basically forces either the knight back to C3 or forces Bishop C3. But in response to Bishop C3, Black can play something like Bishop E6 and set up Knight A2 check. This is looking terrible.
Yeah, there's that. There's also F5 for Black, which looks a bit risky, but it kicks the knight out of the center.
Yeah, I like F5.
Bishop E6 also looks great, though. The one thing of Bishop E6 is there could be like a Knight F6. No, it doesn't work now. But
what about Bishop B5? Queen takes B5. Something like this is what you're talking about. Knight F6. Obviously, it doesn't work for whatever reason, but Bishop E6 played. Now, wait a minute. What if you start with... Nah, none of that works, because Black has Knight A2 check as an intermezzo.
But how scary is Knight A2?
Depends on what White does, I guess.
So Rook G1.
It is pretty scary. Rook G1, Knight A2.
King D2.
I mean, and Rook B D8, you want to go Bishop D4, King E1?
One of those. Probably Bishop D4.
I can get behind that. I can see what you're saying. Because Knight takes C3 is...
Knight F6 check.
Yeah, Queen takes H7 mate. All of a sudden, too, it looks like White's pieces are all kind of in the doldrums, but all it takes is one little pin to create the mate threat. Mamedyarov contemplating that. I like the look of Rook G1. Yeah,
after Rook G1, honestly, I would be tempted to just play King H8, but then there's Knight G5, and you're threatening the mate on H7 anyway. So Black's king is in a little bit of danger. Not going to be checkmated, for sure not, but there is some danger that you have to figure out.
Never say never. And you're right. You can't entirely escape the pressure after Rook G1. And Mamedyarov deciding to take that knight. Maybe he wants Bishop B5 and Knight F6, that idea we talked about.
Okay, so he's going for it.
Okay, I think I understand the problem. There's going to be a Bishop G7 in there at some point.
And then after, oh my gosh, no, Donnie, the problem is the queen is trapped on B1. This is unbelievable.
So here.
Yes, Rook G1, Bishop G7, Bishop takes F6, and then Bishop F5.
Oh my God! Rook takes G7, King F8, E4,
and there's Queen C6.
Queen C6 picking off the bishop, and this is all happening. Bishop F6 has been played. Will he see the cold-blooded Bishop F5 with two ideas, not fearing Rook takes G7?
I completely understand. Like, that is what I wanted to go for too when I was looking at this position from the white side. But then you get to the position, and now it's easy enough for Ding to figure out. I feel like where you see that.
Yeah.
what are you going to do? The G7 bishop's under attack. You could probably even just play bishop B3, which is like the calmest move. And then after rook G7, king F8, and okay.
King is chilling.
I said it, and he does it, but the queen C6 check is such a big threat that
rook G8.
You have various options. Whoa.
Now, Mamedyarov, I think he forgot that there's a king on C1, because if there wasn't a king on C1, he would go rook G1, rook G8, and that typical idea with the queen getting to G1, but the queen can't jump over the king. That
would have been firstly so sick if that.
I know.
Put the king on D2 for a second.
Yeah, king D2. Let's just make a random move, and now rook G8, queen G1. Of course, this would have been continuous. Queen G7 mate. Actually, seeing this in the GM game is so rare. It's over.
Wow, that you actually think it was that he forgot his king was in the way, or he just was lost?
Well, I'm also looking at his facial expression. I feel like there was a little twinge of annoyance there. I mean, it couldn't have been anything else, because queen takes H7 obviously loses to a million different things.
He did ensure that this is the last game though of the 3+1.
Yep, queen C6 by the way I think is the cleanest, and then queen takes F6, cuts the legs off from the attack.
Yeah,
and he plays it. Yeah, it's over.
He's gonna resign. I was gonna lose on time. Resign. Either way, not only is this game over, the 3+1 time control is done with. It's 10-8 in Ding's favor. That's a 2-game lead. We don't know his bullet skills. He's only played a couple matches of bullet, so not enough to really judge him off of. And Danya, I feel like Mamedyarov, even though he just lost that last game, he's got a lot of fight in him right now. I sense that hunger.
Yeah, he's got, I'm looking for a particular word that I'm forgetting. It's not verve. It's not grit, although he's got those things as well. I'm going to remember that word and share it on the other side of the break, but he's got that spirit. He's got the gumption going, and one just gets the sense that he's got a few more things to say. But Ding Liren has been as solid as a rock. He's had great time management, and those things bode really well for him in the bullet section. I can't wait for the last 30 minutes of this match.
Nor can I, but everyone must wait, because we're going to take a short break. But when we return, it will be the bullet portion of this STC match between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Ding Liren. Chess.com's new game review is packed with exciting new features and major updates. Play a game and check out this whole new experience combining key moments, brilliant moves like the one you see on screen in front of you by Amon Hamilton, great moves, explanations from the coach, and more. Game review is available to premium members now and will be available to all members soon. And Danya, we've seen many brilliant moves thus far. We for sure will see a good number of blunders as we get into the bullet portion of this matchup between Ding Liren and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I'm pretty stoked. Like normally bullet it's wild, it's enjoyable from an entertainment perspective, but I'm loving the clash of styles between these two. And I feel like we're just gonna get more of it in the bullet.
Yeah, I'm getting major like unstoppable force versus immovable objects kind of vibes. And that's always great. It's always great to see, as you said, the clash of styles. But speaking of bad stuff happening, this is the worst moment to disconnect. Ding loses 15 seconds at the start of the game. But good to see that he's back. And we have a Queen's Gambit accepted to start the bullet. Disaster averted, or so it seems.
Yeah, and with the 1 second increment, it's not the end of the world.
It really isn't.
But here we've seen this before. Quick moves being played because they're gonna get back Queen H5, Queen C5.
He's made up some time. He's back to 50 seconds, and they've already had this once.
It's pretty good news for Ding because this position, well, not now, but if Queen D6, the resulting queenless position is relatively easy to play. This is more complicated with the queen still on the board.
And perhaps, the fact that Shakhriyar is resisting the queen trade, maybe he is factoring Ding's time situation into account. A6 to stop knight b5, coordinating his pieces. It looks like white's better, but literally anything could happen in a position like this. It's unbalanced enough.
Yeah, but knight c2, how are you going to save that
Maybe
pawn?
not. Yeah, knight c2, you would have had to go rook d8. Ding playing it slow, b3, and now he's doubling rooks on the d file.
And it's because the a2 pawn was loose over there. So if he had played rook d2, rook d1 first, he would have lost the pawn in a2. Instead, he makes sure that's defended. Look at the dark squares. Domination on the dark squares.
Bishop g5, rook c1, knight b4. Shakhriyar trying to do what he can to connect these pawns. Maybe bishop e5 and queen f6.
Yeah. Looks like
that
checkmate.
Seems pretty nice.
Okay,
for some reason, Ding going, this is way too passive.
Knight takes a2.
Oh, yeah, that would have been so strong because b3 would have hung there as well. Opportunities being missed here by both sides.
Not the first time we've seen an a7, a2 pawn just loose and not captured. So this position still looks good to my eyes for white. The kingside initiative looks promising. And b4 at some point, I think, should be played.
And Ding driving his pawn all the way up to h6. That pawn is going to be there even after the apocalypse because the bishop on f4 is going to defend it forever. It's essentially unattackable. And now he tries to break into black's pawn chain with b4. Mamedyarov down on the clock here, despite the disconnection at the start.
The rook on e6, it's going up to e5 now, but just bishop f4 and c5 is falling.
Now g4 is possible.
Is the rook trapped?
It is. Rook h3, king g2. You have to go rook h4. But then bishop g5.
Yeah, and then king g2 after it. It's trapped.
The rook is lost. This looks to be essentially over.
Ding Liren spots 15 seconds and then just goes and plays a great game.
Yeah, maybe he should do that every game.
Oh, and
maybe that was a deliberately choreographed disconnection. You can't even take on f4.
No, back rank mate would have been a thing. Rook a1 now. Okay, rook c8 check.
Or this, fine. Check and check.
Now rook a1.
Rook f4 still needs to be accurate.
Rook a1 never going to be played. This is even better because h7 can be played.
As the great Robert Hess says, it's all about the quality of the pass pawns, not the quantity.
Yes, having two rooks though does help. I must
just say. A little bit.
And now what? Rook.
Ooh.
Rook b. Ooh.
Oh, that's a nice move.
Cheeky.
Still not quite able, and rook h2 is coming. That's going to end the game at last. And now the lead up to 3. Ding wins the first bullet game, and pretty convincingly so, I must add. Although Shakhriyar did have that brief opportunity to capture on a2.
Yeah, I agree. It's convincing. Like there was one single move where Mamedyarov had a chance to really just win a pawn and get the upper hand. But other than that, it felt like Ding controlled the game from start to finish. So it's bullet. Those mistakes happen. As you know, you play a lot of bullet. You're really good at it. I just make the mistakes. I don't actually redeem myself after them.
But, no, I do a little bit of it. Wait, isn't there a3 there?
I was wondering that too.
Okay, this is again, they get one of these structures that they've had so many times in the Ragozin and the Queen's Gambit accepted. It feels like white is just a tiny bit better due to the sort of more active pieces, but black is just so solid here now. He's completely neutralized white's. If anything, I would quite possibly prefer black at this point.
I would definitely take my bishop c7 at some point. You can reroute the piece if you'd like to, and
double on the d file, get control of that file.
And then g3 is terrible.
Ooh, a6 bishop b5 could be tossed in. Yeah, that knight is doing nothing, and it's doing even less. There's an idea of going h5, h4.
Here it comes.
Black's play is just the position essentially plays itself. Bishop c2 is nice, preparing knight e4 against h4.
I do like that. Knight e4 now. You need to get the knight into the game. It's doing nothing on g3, and you can just trade rooks. You have the bishops. I probably wouldn't. Okay, I was saying I wouldn't trade all the rooks fire black because it feels like it removes winning chances. But then I realized, what do you need to win for? You just need to not lose if you're winning the match.
Queen is coming to c3. Ding is a little bit low on the clock, but he's got over half of his time left. That should be enough. Ooh, risky move. Very
F5,
risky move.
Love it.
Sure about that? F4 is coming and e3 is going to be lost.
Love the move f5. In queen c5. Look at that. True queens. e3 is still a problem.
e3 is a huge problem. Knight e4. Okay, now black has great winning chances in this endgame. Maybe you can even take on f2.
That's what I was wondering. Like bishop d4 and so he plays is a good move, but I was wondering if you just take on f2, king g5, king f4. But why give up your bishop pair? You can go king
no
g5,
rush.
king f4 anyway.
That is the typical plan, and white's position is essentially on the verge of collapse. This has also gotten a lot of time off the match clock. If Shakhriyar loses this game, that brings him on the cusp of disaster.
Still enough time to bounce back here, but
for sure. And he's not lost yet. This actually still might be a draw. Ding fixes all of white's pawns on the light squares, but can he access them with his bishop? I'm afraid the answer is no.
No, it's one of these positions down there where that g6 pawn needs to be on g3. So you have a sacrifice on h3 available. With pawn back there, is locked up. It's just a draw.
I'm not so sure. Wait a second. What if you try to go... No, never mind. I was going to say something insane.
You want to go like get your bishop in somehow?
You know, I know people are laughing, but
bishop
sometimes
B3.
You can actually do that. You know, bishop a2 and you can zugzwang your way in, but not here.
Yeah, there are also times where you play a move like bishop b3, giving up your bishop for free, and the king dashes to f2.
Oh my God, that would have been pretty interesting, actually.
I was actually trying to calculate it, but I was like, no. This
probably the bishop reroutes to like g4. And again, they get this opening.
Yep.
I don't know if I would repeat this if I were Shaq, to be honest.
I'm curious, like look this up later and figure out what the deal is, what the history of this opening is, because they played it a lot and I don't have that much familiarity in the McDonald defense of the Queen's Gambit accepted central variation.
But I just feel like this is very thankless. I mean, when you have this many weaknesses along one particular color, it's just so hard to handle this, particularly in bullet. The queen keeps dropping back to g3. There's this h4, h5 idea that Ding has essayed. Then knight c3. Look at that move. Using the pin, getting the knight either to d5 or to b5.
I think
this is looking terrible.
Polite. You've been polite, Danya. This has just been a bad opening for Mamedyarov. Like, even if objectively it's okay, the way it's gone has been so easy. Knight b5, hitting c7.
Knight e5. Clever, but it's not going to work. Knight takes d4. This is tilt right here. This is a tilt move, and it's going to lose the game very quickly. That was a very, very bad game. And I'm shocked that he repeated this line.
It's just easy to play at this point.
Yeah, Ding is not going to let this one go. Knight h6. You can just go rook c1 if he wants. Look at these darks. Oh, look at these squares.
Oh, knight g4.
Swiss cheese going on here. Queen, maybe queen h6, nope. King g8.
That's what's happening. Knight e3, I think you can play knight f2, but I'd rather play knight e3.
Yeah. And it's only a question of time until white gets this bishop onto the long diagonal.
Yeah.
Kudos to Shaq. He's holding on. He's doing what he can, but
he really is. Like, the game isn't over yet.
No, but it is.
But it is.
But it is. Bishop b3, bishop d4?
No, bishop e3, queen f8.
Oh, look at you. Very tricky. Queen f8 played. He could even take on f8 and take on c7, but then the game definitely isn't over. Okay, I amend my opinion of this.
Did he really just play rook d8?
How did he get out of that? Bishop g5, there's rook takes d2.
But rook d8 felt he could have kept repeating and say there's rook d8.
He's going for the win.
No, you're just on a pawn now.
I know. I'm kidding.
I know. It just seems surprising.
another game that takes a lot of time off the match clock. Still 20 minutes left, plenty of time, even if he loses this game. But Ahmad and I were discussing this yesterday. Some of these players do have a propensity for, repeating bad lines. Maybe there's a little bit of pride involved, maybe more than a little bit, but it's cost him here.
I honestly think what it is they have studied these openings so in depth, and it may be about pride, but it's also like they know that it's a decent opening.
Yeah.
But when you're playing blitz and bullet, you don't have time to remember what is good.
Why it's a decent opening.
Right. Or at a certain point, you're like, oh, well, in all my analysis, it says white is only slightly better, but king of C.
Goodbye. Rook B8. And the king is blown to, bishop C8. Shock finding every last resource. The problem is that the rook is going to vacuum up these last two pawns.
Vroom, vroom.
Right. Or not. All you need is one pawn, and it's rushing forward to promotion.
And here comes E6. And so on. Oh,
wait,
don't play E6. No, E6 is bad. King D6.
Oh my God, King D6. He should have played. What should he have played? Rook F5 first?
No, he should have King E7.
That wasn't easy to see. Now this is a draw.
I only see
Rook E6 check.
Yeah, Rook E6. This is a draw.
Whoa, white has to be. Rook E5?
Okay.
White has to be careful.
Yeah.
King G4. King G4?
I thought he was going to flag again. Rook E6.
This is so close to being lost for white. And now Ding has to count his lucky stars, and Shock proves to be wrong. He saves a draw. Unfortunately, he's still down by 3 points. He needs to win games, and he needs to start with this one. Time is ticking. And we have another Ragozin. This time he goes Queen A4 check.
Oh, gosh. I mean, I'm getting nervous for the players here. And A3 taking with the B4, so E5 striking the center.
They had this once before. That was the game where Ding played knight B4.
Oh, yeah. This happened very recently. But now Rook G1, an early Rook G1, I think there's a better way to play this, because if there's a king on G8, a semi-open file, you want to use that to your advantage.
Ding not varying his approach to the position, and I don't believe he should. This looks still very, very promising for black, but hard to play in a bullet game.
Yeah. I don't like this choice.
Again, Queen C6 check. But this time with the rook already on G1, white will be threatening knight F6 sooner.
That's right. So bishop C3? Oh, wait, I think white's going to about to win this.
And not just sooner, but this might be unstoppable. And as you pointed out, Robert, knight G5 in certain positions can also be very strong.
But how do you stop knight F6?
Rook E6, but then rook comes to D8.
Knight F6. So he says trade queens. Knight F6, Queen F6, Bishop F6, Bishop takes B1. But the ensuing position is clearly good for white. However, with the queen trade, black's feeling a little bit more safe. But 1 minute left on this clock for Mamedyarov.
Unbelievable. And Rook G1 was a phenomenally astute decision. Rook is coming to D7. This dark squared bishop coming alive as well. He has to convert this. Absolutely has to convert this.
Okay, bishop. The bishop pair is so strong here. Rook D7 is about to happen.
Mm-hmm. Right about now. Yeah. I guess Ding wants Rook E7.
Oof.
Right, exactly. That's the right sound to make. Then Rook GD1.
I mean, F4 is looking pretty nice as well. Just you can play F5, Rook D8.
Okay. Wait a second. I understand that Shock is attacking, but he's not coming anywhere close to mating Black's king. Well, there's not enough pieces for that.
If he'd gone H4, H5, maybe he would have mated him, but he went H3 instead.
I think he's still flirting with ideas of mate. Maybe he wants F4, E4, E5.
He's played E4, E5 immediately because of the back rank checkmate.
He should have done that faster, because now after E4, Black can go Rook E8. Okay, Ding not trying to stop him from going E5.
Yeah, the A5 pawn was also loose, and
weird decisions here by Shock, to be honest.
Yeah,
Rook E1, Rook E4 maybe still should be
King D7, King E6.
Rook D8.
Rook D8. That's the only open file for white.
Rook C1, I guess. Okay, that is not a good sign.
No, it's not. In fact, this could turn around. Black could win this game. Look at those pawns.
F5
all on
though.
dark squares.
Rook takes H5 and white gets the passer.
In fact, yeah, Rook H5, Rook G4 check, just King F3 and free.
Okay, Rook G3, keep checking, keep bleeding time off the clock. This is obviously not over. That king on E6 is incredibly powerful, but white is threatening Rook H8 and Rook E8.
Yeah, Rook H8 and then H5, H6, H7.
And E6 is also an idea. Rook E8 and E6, I think, is
Rook
the
E8
easiest.
is great because King D7, Rook E7 check, and if others you say E6, bam,
this is game.
That's game.
And that's going to be Mamedyarov's first win in the bullet, and a big one. It comes exactly at the right time. We've got right around half of the bullet portion still remaining.
Yeah, he has plenty of time to mount a comeback.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the scary thing. You get into this, you start feeling confident. If you're Ding Liren, and the next thing you know, you lose a game like that, where all that Mamedyarov did was adjust one move out of the opening, and it changed the entire dynamic of the game.
God, my heart is beating. This is exciting. And we have another Blumenfeld. I think Mamedyarov is smelling blood. He senses that if he wins one more, gets that lead down to 1. He has plenty of time. And again, we have this e4, d4, 5. And I'm going to sound like a broken record here, Robert, but another opening that I don't think Mamedyarov should be repeated.
I'm with you. He did change. He went a6 early in this game rather than knight d7 or whatever it was. So he's made some slight adjustments. But knight g5?
Knight g5. Knight fg5. Right. That's like, oh, wait, bishop g5. That's a weird move. Queen a5 check. I guess he wants to drop the bishop back to d2.
Right. So queen d5 hitting the knight in the center makes
sense. A nice move.
Bishop d3, there'd be c4.
Well, bishop g5 is bad because it hogs the g5 score away from the knights, which actually need it. That bishop on g5 is neither here nor there.
And it also leaves the other bishop a bit loose. So
f4. Okay, he wants a bishop on c4, and that comes very close to trapping the queen.
Oh gosh, wait a second.
Queen f5 though.
F5, knight g.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Queen g6. Maybe Ding should just castle after queen f5.
Oh,
just
really
leave
good.
the knight on e4 and go for checkmate.
So so where's the follow-up here? Like castle, rook e1.
Well, a takes b5 is potentially a threat, so he deals with that first.
A bishop a6?
Then maybe castle anyway.
Positionally, white is just dominating, right? The knight will come into c4. It's a problem for black.
f5 is also a nasty idea, potentially. Just blasting everything open.
f5 right now is good, for sure.
Queen e2, Ding playing it a little bit more passively. But 10 seconds for Shaq, I mean, this is virtually unplayable.
Okay, so bishop e7, queen e7, still fighting.
Here it comes.
Just castle.
Then f6 maybe. Guess you can take on it. Okay, castle's long. Oh my goodness. How about them apples?
I love it.
Using that e6 pawn as an umbrella. So creative. And Shaq has shown time and time again, he just doesn't die in these positions.
No,
if he can turn this one around, Robert, that's a huge turning point right there. Ding is not playing this too confidently.
No, it
rook
was
f8, rook e8.
Slow move. And the e6 pawn right now is on the verge of falling.
Knight f3, but now d3. Wait a minute. Now you don't have a minute.
Gosh.
Takes e6, everything collapses. That knight before is hanging. White is losing. Knight a6 intermezzo.
Queen b5. Okay, there's a pin. So
7. Look at the speed here. All of a sudden, he's turning the afterburners on.
Rook e2. I like it. Bishop takes f3.
Wait a minute.
Bishop f3.
Bishop f3 was winning on the spot.
It won.
It was winning on the spot.
Oh my goodness. He still has a pass pawn though, so he can.
Knight d5 is coming to c3.
Where can the knight go?
Is there a tactic here?
Knight b4? No,
Rook
you lose
e7 maybe.
You're going to lose the e2 pawn.
This is a heartbreaker. Knight takes a2, but Mamedyarov has to save this knight c1. Knight takes b3 is coming.
Wow. And he pre-moved it. No, that's just good play by Mamedyarov.
That's a draw. Wait a minute. Knight e5?
No, good play. Knight b6 is a great move.
Knight
that's so smart. That's so he's dragging the king away.
He wards the king off, and then he's going to drive his king in. Oh, this might be losing for black. Is he in time? Oh, but king e6, there's bishop c4.
Exactly. That was the
Knight e6 check, though. Knight e6 check.
But look at bishop f1, hit that pawn, king d8. Give up.
Knight
you have to give the g7
Oh,
pawn.
man. But now Ding can bleed this out for 5 hours.
Yeah, this should be a draw.
Gosh, Mamedyarov was winning in one move there, Robert. By taking the knight, he did everything except find that last move.
He spent too much time earlier.
That's going to be a huge blow. 11 minutes left. He has to find a way to save this. Can he take on e4?
I was wondering the same thing. He doesn't. And now
I feel like he's going to lose this. It's so easy to miss a fork.
And bishop takes
h5. Bishop takes h5. Oh, bishop takes h5 is a draw. It's still a draw. It's still a draw. He can take on h5, put the king on g6, and play h6.
Oh, he played h6.
Oh, this is nice. Takes f5.
Take on g5. He made a draw.
Okay.
And now you just
big save right there. That keeps him in the match. Still plenty of time, but he needs 2 more points.
Yeah, and we should remind everybody, you just need to start the final game before that last second.
Very, very important.
Whew, my goodness. So now Mamedyarov with the white pieces, he's going back to this
big game.
Rogozin that we've seen time and time again.
That rook g1 was devastating for black. Ding confident in his preparation. Let's see what he comes up with. Okay, h6. I think that's a new move.
Yeah, that was not played.
Because in the he's previously played e5, ripping open the center. Here he keeps the center relatively close. Mamedyarov still castling long. I think he's going to go rook g1 and g4.
Although DC4, B5, B4 is happening very quickly. You kind of wish that pawn was on A2 rather than A3 in some
He doesn't care. He says, I'll keep that C4 pawn as an umbrella. I am shoving G5 right through, and I'm going for checkmate. I love this idea for Mamedyarov. G5 is basically unstoppable.
Yeah, great decision by him. And knight D5, G5. Just push it.
G5 and G6.
Oh, yeah. Keep that pawn going. G6. Oh, gosh.
And then bishop takes C4 looks very strong. He decides to delay that.
But now
White
G6
is in fantastic shape.
G6 for black could have at least made it harder for white to break through over there. Now G6 you'll sacrifice for sure.
B4 is also not a move because the knight on C6 is hanging, so black might have to waste the tempo on something like bishop B7.
B7, yes.
But then even knight E4, knight C5, just positionally invading those weak squares on the queen side. Check. Ooh, he wants this.
See, to me,
What
it
if
looks
F6?
like, so the pawn will go, but
Whoa, knight G5. That might have been a mouse slip.
I mean, it must be, right?
Okay, but now Mamedyarov still has to be careful. Rook E1. He cannot let this opportunity slip. But how does he put the finishing touches on this game as Ding tries to whip up counterplay on the queen side?
He'll have to go like queen D1, but he's too slow, it feels like.
Knight C4, knight E5.
Yeah, but black is suddenly getting so much play against white's king.
Yeah, but now rook takes H5 is a huge threat.
Okay, knight D3, knight F2?
Ooh.
Yeah, knight D3, knight F2 works. Ooh. Rook H.
Rook H5. He's delaying, procrastinating.
Knight A2 check.
E2, knight takes C3.
Mm-hmm.
Mamedyarov trying to hide away with his king. Queen A2 check. There will be knight C2.
Wow, he actually is succeeding.
Rook takes H5.
No, rook H5, queen A2.
You just do it and close your eyes and rage.
Oh, you don't have a move for white.
Rook
now
takes
E3. Bringing the rook up is not good for black. But before that,
goodness.
white didn't have a breakthrough. Like bishop G8 check.
Right, I see what you're saying. Wait a second. This is still not over. Knight H3 is a very awkward move.
Wait, why did he go knight H3? To protect the F2 pawn. Okay.
I guess. Okay, now he's got 30 seconds. He can slow down. King C1, maybe just tuck the king away temporarily.
Or knight C4, 95. I really like that.
C6 is
C6.
That's definitely a mouse slip. He meant to play C5.
Oh my god, that's such a critical mouse slip because now
still a game. Rook takes C5. Mamedyarov just says, "I'm taking that pawn," but bishop D5 locks the rook in. It can't get back to H5.
But knight G. Oh, there's no knight G5 because the queen's on G2. What a weird
either king can get mated here. Knight G5, knight F7 is one
queen
path.
E4.
Oh my god, that threatens rook B1.
So rook D. Knight
Queen
D3. Rook B7. Oh,
what? Whoa!
What?
What was that? Oh, he wants bishop takes C5? No, bishop B3. What is he doing? Knight G5 attacking the queen. White should be winning here.
What was that?
Rook C. Whoa, bishop, what is that? Oh,
he's down a rook. He just gave away his rook.
He just had a meltdown right there. Oh my goodness. How many swings did we just see in that game? And Mamedyarov has shrunk the lead to 1 with 7.5 minutes remaining. That was crazy.
What? Do you think?
What did we just see?
Did he just not realize knight D3 blocked the queen, or that his other rook was already on the B file? What?
I think he didn't realize that knight D3 severed the connection between the queen and the B1 square. But even after he sacrificed the rook, I felt like there were more chances, and he had a bad free move there. In any case, what an insane game, and Shakhriyar comes away with it. That was a massive win. And now with the black pieces, we have a Catalan. I like that choice by Ding, Robert. He's got to stabilize, he's got to calm down, he's got to play a good, solid game. Even if he doesn't win, if he can make a draw here, just keep that point lead. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Well, we've seen some good play from Ding Liren from the white side of these positions, but right now, Mamedyarov, he is ready for all sorts of battles. And queen takes C4, E5. We've seen positions just like this earlier today. And well, I think it's the first we've seen this move where it's close. Yeah. So your two bishops advantage isn't so much of an advantage. Your bishop on D6 is just serving the purpose of defending C7, E5.
That's right. And white is a very clear-cut idea. Knight C3, knight E4, as I was indicating. And so Mamedyarov, sensing the danger, he goes knight D4. Ding doesn't accept that pawn sacrifice. And if you take the pawn on D4, you do open up some diagonals for black pieces. And Mamedyarov says, E4. You're not going to take the pawn. I'm going to make you take it. E4. Yeah. He's going to take it on his own terms.
And B2 is hanging in some positions.
Is.
Rook E8's coming to hit the E4 pawn. So white can go up a pawn right now, but there are going to be some repercussions of it, opening the position up for the bishop.
Maybe you want to go rook AB1. It looks ugly, but yeah, something like that. But now rook E8. And I thought that the D2 square should have been reserved for white's knight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, B5 distracting.
Oh, what a move.
And queen d3 is bishop b4. Oh my goodness.
Bishop b4. Uh-oh. You lose an exchange. Now, white has obvious compensation in the form of that pawn phalanx, but how do you actually avoid your position from collapsing? You've got 20 seconds.
Maybe
this might be another loss.
Knight d4, giving up the exchange, but your center.
Agreed.
And the knight comes to c6, attacks the b5 pawn as well. Knight c6 now.
Nerves of steel there. Mamedyarov placing a6 to improve his position. Now getting his rook. And knight c6. There's queen takes c6.
Don't blunder that.
Wait, a rook takes d5?
Oh, rook d5 was actually pretty nice. c5 also a nice move.
e5, queen b6.
Okay, where's that knight going?
Anybody's game.
Knight c6 is a blunder. Still knight c2.
c4 is possible, but maybe you shouldn't rush with that. Big moment here.
He played c4, queen d4. Oh no, you don't want to trade queens. Move that queen back.
Where? Queen a5. Ooh.
He just trades.
Bishop d3, d6. Look at that. Incredible. Oh, d6, there would have been rook takes d6.
Now bishop c6
Oh, this is really dangerous for black.
I think he's just losing.
Bishop c6, easy play, potentially f5, e6, but maybe not immediately.
You know what it looks like, honestly? You play a game connect 4, you've already won, so you might as well connect 5. Look at the pawn just right to d6.
Incredible. And b4, Mamedyarov trying to complicate it. 10 seconds for Ding. It's not over yet. Ooh, e6? Maybe that was premature.
No,
wait a second.
No, the pawn's going to knight takes in d7.
Takes b3, though. That creates potential for discovery. That pawn's going to be restrained by the king.
No,
d7, king e7, there's king d4.
Oh gosh, king d4, king d4,
bishop takes d7. Bishop takes d7. That was a very accurate move there by Ding. King g1. Not over yet. c3.
Wait, that c3? Oh, bishop f5 coming after c2.
Rook c1 was such a nice move. Ding is there is 4
I think you
left.
resign. I think you resign if you're Mamedyarov. Just
I agree.
Game.
I think you make a couple more moves. It's not quite over yet. Maybe you win that pawn on h2. Yeah, a2.
And
oh my god, that's so close. Rook b2, maybe. Oh man, I would continue playing. I would take a risk. Rook takes h2. He's dropped a pawn.
That's true. He might not lose this game. In fact,
g5. 3.5 minutes remaining. If he loses this game, there might not be enough time for 2 more.
That's what I'm nervous about.
Now he's got to resign.
Rook a3. No, rook
a3. Oh my god. He's paralyzed the bishop.
It's just a draw.
Just a draw.
Don't play like g5 and take
plenty of time here.
Yes, just keep the pin going. Just
rook a5, rook a3. What a catch right there. h5, okay. Ding wants to bleed off as much clock as possible, although it's not going to be enough for him to bleed off the entire clock. He's got 3 minutes left. There's no way he cuts off 3 minutes off the match, and I think he's just going to repeat.
Wow, what a save by Mamedyarov here, just using the pin. And I mean, for Ding,
rook b1.
I don't think it matters that much because whether he draws now or in a minute from now, there's still going to be enough time for one more game.
I mean, he's not milking 2.5 more minutes here. 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
No. It is the right mindset. And it's a draw. So we have 2 minutes, 45 seconds just about. And if the game goes this, it could be the last game. But if they win early or it's a quick draw, there still will be time for one more game after that. Wow. Buckle
your seatbelts. As Shakhriyar, he's had the white pieces. He's done so well. And an opening change by Ding in this critical game. He goes for the Tarish, for the semi-Tarish, which is a very, very solid opening. A lot of trades. I love this choice, Robert, by Ding. But white gets that strong pawn center. This could turn tactical with a pawn break in the center if black is not careful.
Yeah, there are plenty of times where white strikes with move d5 and it's coming, but you still can't stop it. And so rook d1, I believe, should be played here. You can play h4. That's often played by white because h3 is a little calmer approach.
Knight f6 and queen f4 is often played here to defend the e4 pawn.
Right.
This is a theoretically topical line. It's played a lot in classical chess, and it's a great choice, I think, by Ding, trying to douse the flames of Mamedyarov's initiative.
And I would have played queen c7, but maybe that's because I don't really know how the ensuing endgame goes. But trading queen sounds like a good thing to me when my opponent needs to win.
That's exactly right. And both sides playing really, really fast. Ding taking the first serious think, and he's got the time for it. Deciding, I think, where to put his queen f6, or maybe knight back to f6. Yeah. Lots of tempting options.
Queen f6, there could have been like knight e5, rook f3 that you had to look out for. So
here, things getting a little bit loose here. Queen back to f4, rook g3 ideas.
Is d5 available at some point?
I absolutely think it is, and I think it might be available here.
Yeah, no, I don't think you could take twice, and even if you can, it takes forever to calculate.
That's exactly right. And is there Queen d6 is such a nice stabilizing move, creating a pin against white's queen. How does white get out of this?
Okay.
Nice move. Rook e7 potentially. Rook c7.
I like that move a lot. Rook e7 is a great move. He plays it. A7.
I guess white should just move the knight back. He goes rook e1, but doesn't that give up d5?
Oh, was there knight f7, rook e6?
Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's all sorts of tactics available in these positions.
And knight takes f7 is still on the cards if black takes on d5. Dingo, king f8, man.
Oh my!
Queen f4 creating a threat. Knight g6. You got to go back. This is going to be the last game. Mamedyarov has to win it. You cannot repeat.
And how
f4 maybe
is a7 might allow a draw by like 4. It's like rook e5.
I would go f4.
F4 looks good.
Is defend the knight. He goes e4, trying to carve out space there on the queen side. A6. Ding not giving an inch.
Wow.
Queen f4, queen back to d4.
F4 feels like the move.
Back to a2. That doesn't seem to be a panicky move. And Ding just copies him and says, "Show me what you got, Shaq."
Wait, but bishop d5 now? It's collapsing.
It is collapsed. Bishop b1, I guess you have to try.
And he doesn't.
Extracting every last chance. And you got to play f4. I don't know why Shaq is not playing f4. And it might be too late.
Probably doesn't want to expose his king. But you
got to do it. That knight is going to be hanging.
Queen c2. Here comes the pawn.
Cusp here, g4. Last attempt by Shakhriyar, knight d7.
No, that's a great move. Knight d7. Forcing some trades now.
F4.
It's too late. It's too late.
That increment should be enough for Ding to secure it.
And e5 is defended.
c2 still not over. e6. E6. Wait a second. Queen d6 check.
Queen d6 saves the day. Queen d6 saves it because otherwise
Ding is coming through clutch here. h5. Mamedyarov still trying, but Queen d1 check, and it's over.
It's over.
It's over. All Ding needs is a draw, and he's going to get a win, and he's going to get the match. Incredible.
Oh my goodness! And the same score as yesterday's match. And Ding Liren, all he needed to do was hold in the bullet. He did just that. He moves on to the quarterfinals. But what a match this was, Daniel. I mean, my head is spinning.
My head is spinning as well. And that bullet portion not only lived up to its hype, but did 5 times that. I mean, I think we both sensed that something like this was going to happen. But I was just holding my breath the entire time. What an incredible match. And what a performance by Ding Liren, whose consistency, whose grit shows through until the very end. He wins the match. Insane.
Absolutely amazing. And we are going to head to a break and get the players on. But before we do, we want to give a shout out to the sponsors of the Speed Chess Championship, because the Speed Chess Championship is presented by Coinbase. So whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. We'll be right back, everybody. We'll have Ding Liren, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. You will not want to miss their thoughts on that exciting match. and we are joined by the players. Thank you so much to you both for playing an excellent match. Ding, I want to start with you. Congratulations. And my first question is, you haven't played over the board chess in a long time. Were you rusty before the match, or what did you do to keep in shape to play this match?
Although I did not play many overboard games for more than 1 year, but I played many rapid games and many rapid tournaments. But for Blitz and Bullet, it's very new to me, and so I cannot avoid to being very nervous before the game since I haven't played Bullet for many times. So before this game, I played some 1 minute plus 1 second in Chess.com to just get used of this time control. And I found that the time is very, very short, and suddenly I got into time trouble. So I just want to avoid it during the game.
Well, we thought you did a great job of it. Shahryar, sorry that the match did not go your way. Where do you feel like the match slipped away from you? What do you think were the turning points in the match for you?
I think it was a very good match. Congratulations for Ding for a good match. Really, it was very nice games. I enjoyed. I think it was a very important moment when I lost last game in 5 minutes. But I mean, it was a very interesting position in last game that I lose. And I lose in all match last games, and it was very strange. I mean, when it was some time pressure, I don't know. I mean, okay, I mean, we played good match. I think many interesting games, many interesting moves, and everything is absolutely okay. I mean, he played a little bit better than me, but for this he win.
Shakir, I have a question for you. It seemed like you gave time back to Ding when he disconnected. Yes. That was extremely nice of you. And everyone who was watching, all the fans, they were just giving hearts and showing their thanks and gratitude for you being such a good sport. So I just want to make that known, and also, thank you for being such a really good sport.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ding, once again, very impressive games. Do you have any tournaments on the horizon in the next couple of months?
No, there might be some tournament, but it's not sure yet. I think for today, it seems, especially when I was black, I defend as a castle. Then he tried to break it by many different ideas. So it's very interesting, to play against the Shah.
Yeah, and Shakir, on your end, Ding often plays very solidly. Did it seem like you were having was it your plan to just try to attack him? Because once you started getting aggressive, it felt like the game became more natural for you and you were playing some great chess.
Yeah, it was very strange because, I tried to play in every game in some different openings, but I see every different opening Ding is a good, better position. But he played every time same opening, same idea. It's not easy to play when you think you can play every game different openings, but against Ding is not working. It is he's good in opening, and he played good match. I just want to play enjoy from match. I know I played against board number 2, and he's but okay. I mean, it was a very nice match. Really, maybe I missed some big moments. Maybe till last game, it was. I have some chance. That's okay. I know all chess fans enjoy from this match, and we also thanks.
Yeah, I'm also happy about my performance in opening. Since I checked your games before the game, so I know you're some sidelines, so I got prepared for it. Especially something like e4, knight c3, d4. I also checked this line, so you might be surprised.
All right, there was that one game with e4, e5, knight c3, and d4. Well, the openings, Robert, I think were really fascinating and just a great match all around. Congratulations to you, Ding. You have a tough match coming up with the winner of Aronian versus Dubov, but Shakhriyar, we of course hope to see you in the World Blitz and Rapid as well. So thanks to both of you for a fantastic match.
Thanks. Wow, what a match that was. Really a phenomenal one. And I'm just so happy that we're treated to the spectacle and watching these two players play, the respect they showed for each other. I mean, I'm just glad to have been a part of it, Danya. And as you said, Ding Liren moves on to face the winner of Levon and Dubov, and should be another excellent match.
Absolutely. I mean, every single match in the SEC is epic, and the fact that both of the first two matches have finished with the same exact score, 14-12, and as close as these matches have been, I think speaks volumes about the skill level of these players and the kind of entertainment that they produce when they play a 3-hour blitz and bullet match. As I said yesterday, the Speed Chess Championship is, and I'm biased, yes, but it's my favorite tournament to cover, and it is more than living up to its expectations so far. I'm sure we'll continue to do so going into the next couple of days.
And can I just reiterate just how kind both of those two players are?
Oh, absolutely. I was thinking that too.
It's really heartwarming to hear them. When I was saying to Shakhriyar that all of chat was giving him hearts, which we noticed, we saw, don't you worry, chat, we don't always ignore you. But they were so happy to see his sportsmanship. And then Ding's face was so appreciative of the fact that Mamedyarov did that, and was just genuine mutual respect. And I'm just so happy that we could showcase those players, because on the board, off the board, they are just stellar. And it's just fantastic, really.
It absolutely is. This is not performative. It's not showmanship. It's genuine respect for each other. It's genuine sportsmanship. And that mixed with the competitiveness that goes on the board, I think makes these matches absolutely magical.
Well, we have more matches in store, because while this match has come to its conclusion, we get another match tomorrow, and we have Alexei Sarana, who qualified through the Grand Prix Speed Chess Championship qualifier system. And then we have Richard Rapport, who is replacing Alireza Firouzja, who withdrew after winning the Grand Swiss. I mean, he is going to make his way to candidates, but he will not be able to win a Speed Chess Championship. Rapport is somebody who you will not want to miss, because he is a fantastic player. He doesn't play all that much relative to the other top players, but it's a sight to behold. I am so happy he's in the field.
Yeah, and let me tell you, Sarana is not sleeping any more peacefully, because Firouzja has been replaced with the Rapport. He's an absolute beast, and that match is going to be coming your way tomorrow, November 10th at 9 a.m. Pacific. So slightly later start time. Mark your calendars. This is going to be one for the ages.
And look at the rest of the schedule coming up, because we have a match tomorrow. We have a match on Thursday. We have a match on two matches on Thursday. Oh my gosh. I forgot about that. And then match on Friday, and then it continues the Monday after that. So everyone mark this down, take a screenshot. You know how to do that. You're on the computer, and make sure that you are here for the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We do want to thank the sponsors once more. It's so amazing to be able to host this event year after year, and it would not be possible without Coinbase. So really thank you to them. And Danya, thank you for joining me on your birthday. I mean, what worse way is there to spend your birthday?
Terrible. I mean, not only do I spend it with you, that's a single whammy, but the double whammy is that I watched two amateurs play for 3 hours, Mamedyarov and Ding. Absolutely terrible. I had to get up at 3 a.m. But in all seriousness, couldn't think of a better way to spend my morning. So thank you, Robert. Always a pleasure. Thank you to all of the fans and to our outstanding production team for another seamless display. This was awesome.
Certainly was. And there's much more to come tomorrow. The Speed Chess Championship continues. For now, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy chess, and we'll see you soon from the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.